Что ж так громко, ёпта. Так где эти настройки, дайте звук потише сделать, я ничего не слышу. Так, пойдет? Или слишком громко все равно? Так, да. Блин, ну музыка какая-то дико громкая. Ладно, пока так оставим. Какое-то странное максимальное меню. Ту-ду-ду-ду-ду-ду. Чё, погнали? Так, это что такое? Сюжетный режим, самый легкий вариант прохождения. А, это выбор сложности, да? Самый легкий прохождение, во-первых, отказывайтесь от важной части игры, но зато сможете в полной мере насладиться сюжетом и сладить. Ну, это не для нас. Обычный режим, стандартный вариант прохождения вампира. Если вы убиваете горожан, ваш персонаж развивается быстрее. Уровень сложности зависит от количества убитых горожан. Сложный режим. Более сложный вариант прохождения вампира. Ваши вампирские силы зависят от того, кого из горожан вы решили объять. Врагов сложнее бить, они наносят больше. Не, ну, в сложном режиме давайте просто среднячок. Тем более вы не сможете изменить уровень. Да. Хорошо. Тупо среднячок.
12 dreams for the Red Queen under crown of stone. 8 voracious beasts born from 8 restless nights. 4 nails piercing the flesh of the sinner. 1 prayer for the summoned, called by this song. 'Tis perhaps the countdown to oblivion for the once proud city of London. 'Tis perchance her inhabitants' last dance alone to face death and pestilence. Confronted by the eerie and unknown, mortals became desperate for answers. A flock's flight makes for an omen, the falling of a star a dire presage. Turning to priests for interpretation when there was no reason to be found. When religion failed, men turned to science. I saw them build such vain cities, crafting machines made for endless war. New questions flourished as old answers withered. What is darkness but lurking sun? What is wall but enslaved stone? What is glass but tortured sand? What is song but a call to arms? What is hate but jilted love? What is life but death pending?
Жестко, жестко. Это какой-то паблик цитат.
Death.
Смерть.
Since the apple was plucked from the sacred tree, mortality was believed to be God's punishment, a righteous snare to keep mankind from ascending to the stars. They were all so wrong. Death is not a wicked thing, nor some holy retribution. A true punishment would be to never know its sweet kiss. Awaken from the harshness and be born once more.
Ничего себе начало. Уже вяленый мужик рядом лежал. Я так и не понял, где он очнулся. Еще кругом скелеты, трупы гнилые, и он такой живучий. Надеюсь, в этой игре нормальный сюжет будет. Все, я уже играю, да? Для кого? Как батя ходит. Сенса какая-то большая. Где анонс ебаный? Блять, ну он... Подпишись на мой ТГ, Инстаграм, там этот... Паблик ВКонтакте, в Дискорд, я там везде анонсы буду давать. Блин, сенса какая-то слишком большая. Я так считаю, не знаю. Я вообще... Нихуя это не подписан. Я вообще это... Думаю, может эту игру на геймпаде лучше проходить. Где тут управление? Инсты у тебя нет. Нихуя у меня нет. И зрителей у меня нет. Я только стартанул, так что я ничего не пропустил. А тем более... У меня же выбора качества нет. Тебя интернет не потянет. Full HD. Пить хочу, пить. Я тут буду максимально злого чувака отыгрывать. Я буду всех жрать, не похуй. Что происходит? Не дадут. Это надо просто пару дней подряд постримить, тогда дают. Типа завтра, может, уже дадут, если сегодня подстримлю и завтра постримлю, тогда завтра верну. Ты он вообще, может, сколько не передергать, тебе вообще его не дают. Ты он сколько дней подряд стримишь, тебе не дают. Это вообще максимально бредово со стороны Твича такую херню делать. Видишь? О! Хуя, это он сестру опустошил. Ебать, прикинь. Сестру высосал. Ебануться. Прикинь, Андрюх. С бадуна опустошил сестренку. А этот подумал, что она и лезет к нему обниматься. Когда все черно-белое было. Че она с ним обнимается? Да нет, зачем паунт сделать? Ты чё? Ты ж вампир. Ты чё, я вообще балдел бы. Даже если бы я, ну, кого-нибудь убил там сестру. Я ж вампир вообще, имба ебучая. Надеюсь, геймплей здесь хороший будет. Так, побежали.
I need to get out of here.
Так, куда бежать? Блин, ну сенса какая-то, по-моему, дикая, даже на троечке.
This can't be happening.
Блин, давай еще сенсу уменьшим. Что-то как-то она прям резко дергает. Давай, может, на единичку поставим?
No, please, stop. I mean you no harm.
Куда бежать? Что делать-то? Надеюсь, я просто бегу, это я правильно делаю?
Oh, Mary.
О, Мэри, что я наделал? Как это вышло? Так. Что делать? О, мачете.
Now I can defend myself.
Игру громче. Блять, ты бы слышал ее, когда я только зашел в игру, какая она пиздец, какая была громкая. Ну сейчас. Да, вот так сделаю. Чуть-чуть. Так, Ctrl нажми, чтобы выбрать цель.
Stay back. Sorry, but you left me no choice.
Я чувака заебашил, мне потом пишет: убейте паршивца.
Who are you? Stupid beast. Sorry.
Ну, геймплей так себе есть, я скажу.
Stupid beast. No,
Что?
please stop. Who are you?
Не-не, меня не потормажу.
What do you want?
Меня ничего не тормозит. Ну, это может этот. У тебя интернет не тянет. Ну, говорю, это же Full HD качество, оно никак не контрится. Может, не успевать подгружать. Ну, может, этот... Как сказать? В дополнительных настройках на трансляции убрать низкую задержку. Галочку там, типа, знаешь? Есть низкая задержка. Если уберешь, может, полегчает. Типа, у тебя будет задержка больше, там, не 5 секунд, а секунд 15, наверное. Но она будет, наверное, успевать прогружать.
I mean you no harm. I need help. Die, you fucking leech.
Чё за лох без патронов пришел на меня? Че, долбоёб?
I can't make any sense of this. Shut up, beast! Who are you? What is this all about? What in God's name? I'll do the rest of the job. Just leave me.
Че они все на меня сагрились? Я чуть не могу.
The sun. It feels like it's burning me to the bone.
Может, комп не тянет. Рим. Так, повышенный урон. Определенные элементы, в том числе огонь, наносят повышенный урон, снижающий ваш максимальное здоровье. Угу. Ясен, хуй. Андрюха, мне вебку включать или нахуй надо? И так заебись, по-моему, да, атмосферно. Ага, вот про огонь, зачем мне сказали. И как? Чувак с огнеметом или чем там, блядь, хуярит? А, он с луком. Я думал, с огнемет. Так. Да блин, я хотел уклониться. Чего он не уклоняется? Написано... Подожди, а он не умеет, да, уклоняться? Написано пробел уклонения. Он вот так вот это дергается, то он уклоняется, типа, да? Бля, он даже кувырок делать не умеет. Да нет у него переката. Вот это его перекат, типа, вот смотри, вот это шаг вперед делает, это он перекат делает. Охуеть, блядь. Может, я чего-то не понимаю? Так, а как кровь пить? Я хочу высасывать кровь. Ты на работе, Андрюха, с телефона смотришь или уже дома? Дома, нихера себе. Что-то рано. Типа, моя хата теперь будет. Если честно, что-то я хуй знает. Хочу уже побыстрее, наверное, пройти это. Ну, я выбрал эту игру, потому что она короткая. Чисто из-за того, что она короткая взять, чисто потестить, походить, постримить. Что-то холодно, решил забить на работе. Правильно, правильно. Я вот тоже. И кайф эту игруху, что ты мне подарил, поиграть. Максимально Elden Ring будет напоминать мне, такой мультяшный. Мультяшный Elden Ring. Я не понял, мне сейчас показывают флешбеки, которые я 10 секунд назад видел. Нахуй мне эти флешбеки показывать? Я что, в Наруто играю? Мать, чё с лицом? Чё у матери с лицом? Огурцы не по размеру ела. Часики.
This one's dressed up fancy. Let's run through his pockets.
Picking the dead's pockets? Are you serious?
I've still a rent to pay. He's got no more responsibilities. What's this? Go watch.
Beautiful it is. We fancy it and share the takings. I suppose we are undertakers. Now, give him an Eve.
Андрюха, ты вообще эту игру смотрел кого-нибудь, нет? Шаришь? Четкая игра, нет? Я единственное... Поэтому смотрите, а если ты смотрел, ты мне хуй за хуй забил бы, да? Я знаю, тут просто... От того, как ты проходишь, меняется концовка. Сейчас, они перестанут пиздец, скажу.
Who goes there? Who's there? Are you referring to me? No! No! I still have so much to accomplish.
Кто-то сзади подкрался и присунул мне. Так. Все, что я увидел в разбитое зеркало. Что хотел сказать? Я, короче, знаю про эту игру, что тут от того, как ты проходишь игру, разные концовки. Типа, можно пройти игру, прикинь, пройти игру, вообще никого не убивая, вообще никого. И, типа, ты будешь максимально, типа, добрым чуваком. А можно ходить, как... Ну, это моя ситуация. Ходить и всех убивать, нахуй, направо и налево. Но тут сам прикол, по-моему, чем больше ты людей убиваешь, тем они сильнее становятся. Не-не, я говорю, я максимально злой чувак, я буду всех ебашить. Но самый прикол, чем больше ты людей заебашил, тем они сильнее становятся. Типа, сложность повышается игры. Типа, выгодно вообще никого не убивать. Ну, какой прикол в игру играть, никого не убивать? Я чуть не могу понять. Ради ачивки, может, какой-то? Да, в конце босс этот... Дед из Блича. Опа. Привет, Макс. Вампир игра. Ну, только начал. Вот только начинается. Сюжет только попер. Пока про игру ничего сказать не могу, потому что она только-только началась, можно сказать. Я еще толком не играл. Старый револьвер. Информация. Что за кнопка информации? Кто-нибудь видел? Что за две стрелочки? Это что жать-то надо? Это тап? 2 стрелочки это тап? Типа. Или что? Нихера себе тут карта есть, как в GTA. Так, а как убрать эту? F удалить. Кто эксперт? Там была клавиша нарисована 2 стрелочки. Одна в левую сторону, другая в правую сторону. Это какая кнопка? Какая клавиша? Тильда? Нет, не тильда. Что у меня на табе просто тап написано. Там, по-моему, иногда стрелочки, да, рисуют? Там не АД. Что АД? АД. Так, скорость стрельбы 10, время перезарядки 15. Мне это ни о чем не говорит. Надежный боевой пистолет, личное оружие британских солдат. Прикольно. Так, а что тут еще есть? Легендарные вампиры. Вот это про меня, это я. Легендарный вампир это я. Запомните. Леген. Подожди. Дарный. Так, куда идти-то? Бля, это игра, где надо много читать, да? Или что? Ёбаный в рот. Что за хуйня? Не хочу читать. Ебать тут читать. Это первая такая бумажка, которую я нашел в этой игре. Но тут, наверное, весь сюжет в записках, да, будет? Так, мне вслух читать или про себя? Надеюсь, про себя вы сами почитаете. Мгм. 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 Бекки нужны лекарства. Бекки это вот эта его сестра, что ли, которую он ёбнул? Получается, она уже и так была при смерти, так зачем она ее жалеет, что он ее ёбнул? В принципе, не сильно. Можно же, знаешь, на 50% мораль должна полегчать. М, мгм. Кто-то копает могилы по всему городу Лондона. Кто же это делает? Эпидемия, грипп. Мгм. Мгм. М, мгм. М. Сварил суп, она поела. Офигеть, кто это вообще пишет в заметке такой? Я сварил суп, она поела. А еще потом я пошел покакал, попу потер, искупался, принял душ, все дела. Бля, это реально кто-то пишет такой в заметках, что ли? Мгм. Через, через несколько часов после еды Бекки стошнило. Может, она вампир была, и человеческая еда уже не это, не канала. Она так исхудала, что смотри на нее, плакать хочется. Она сказала, что по ночам на улице кто-то разговаривает. Она говорит, что хочет мяса. Где найти мясо? Завтра я баррикадирую двери и окна, чтобы защититься от мародеров. О, Бекки. А кто такая Бекки? Я не могу понять. Люди, управляющие механической лопатой, прекратили копать могилу. Вчера ночью я слышал крики. На них, похоже, кто-то напал. Теперь там только несколько лодок, с которыми днем и ночью сбрасывают трупы и огромную яму. Стоит страшная вонь. Нужно было уйти отсюда еще неделю назад. Но Бекки отказалась. «Я лучше умру», — сказала она с усмешкой. «За что она так меня мучит? Да кто такая Бекки, блядь?» Бекки только что напала на меня. Она прыгнула на меня с лестницы и попыталась укусить. Мне пришлось ударить ее, но она дала сдачи. Я побежал наверх и заперся в спальне. Она плачет, что бормочет внизу, и достал пистолет, который хранил со времен войны. Возможно, мне придется выстрелить из него в собственную жену. А, это жена... Блять, это не мой дневник, это дневник этого чувака, который... Прик... Ебать, что за хуйня? Меня за ФК в меню выкинуло. Охереть, так и записки читаешь, тебя раз в меню выкидывает. Чувак прикомарил тут на кресле, вот. Это он, его дневник. А Бекки это его жена. Ёпта, как все запутано, блин. Прям сериал какой-то. Я совсем не мог заснуть, Бекки всю ночь царапала. Ля, как прям ужастик, как будто какой-то читаю, знаешь. Бекки всю ночь царапала дверь, просила о помощи, умоляла ее выпустить. Но мне не хватило духу. Теперь я просто жду, когда она умрет. Уже недолго осталось. Я молю Бога о том, чтобы все поскорее закончилось. Я так хотел есть утром спустился вниз. Бекки сидела в кресле у камина. Она тяжело дышала, словно собака, и молча следила за тем, как я передвигаюсь по комнате. Я навел на нее пистолет, но она не отреагировала. Я не смог нажать на курок, просто вернулся в свою комнату. 25 октября. В доме тихо, словно в склепе. Больше никакого шума. Бекки умерла. Прости, любимая, я не смог тебя спасти. Скоро мы будем вместе. Чё? Не понимал Чуков, типа ВЛГ, который читает записки до этого момента. Так не кайф читать. Заканчивай читать. Сейчас рыгану, такая тишина, когда стример молчит. Да. Но так весь сюжет, наверное, в этих записках, или хуй знает. Или мне в видосиках все покажет.
This makes no sense. None of it. No sense at all. It's a nightmare. That's it.
И Панчуков, типа, который читает записки до этого момента. Так не кайф читать. Да, я сам заметил, когда читал, ну, про себя, когда читал, что тихо было. Они бы хотя бы, знаешь, мелодию какую-то оставили во время записки. Это вообще ни мелодии, ничего нет. Бах! Все, конец игры. На плохую концовку закончил. Выстрелить, да, нет? Да, по роуфлу выстрелим. Ачивку дали. Вампир. Все, игра пройдена. Спидран. Я же вампир, мне вообще похуй на эти выстрелы, по сути. Пойду кровушки попью и подлечусь.
This is absolute madness. I've lost touch with the real. Madness it is. As mad as the moon, who takes blinding sunlight into a glowing reflection.
Больше не дают выбора. Так, развитие. В убежищах вы можете отдохнуть и развить навыки. Чтобы повысить свой уровень и улучшить вампирские навыки, вам придется тратить опыт. Окей. Выберите доступный навык. Аутофагия. Аутофагия? Чё? А куда жать-то? Чё за аутофагия? Хорошо, аутофагия. Где она? Вот это? 200 исцеления стоимость. Вы расходуете свою собственную кровь, чтобы мгновенно восполнить здоровье. Как качать? Угу. Все? Так, у вас достаточно единиц опыта, чтобы разблокировать наступательный навык. Выберите один из них. Это вот это, да? Когти. Удар в ближней дистанции, который наносит урон всем живым существам перед вами. Вы бросаете созданное из крови копье, которое проходит сквозь всех врагов перед вами. Вот это звучит пиздатее. А это... Вы размещаете теневое облако у своих ног или ног цели, через которые... Пара. Через промежуток времени, блядь, я уже забыл, что эта хуйня у меня есть. Так, облако взрывается, наносит большой урон. Так, восстановление 5, стоимость 20, стоимость 25, 25, урон, кровь. Коротко, средний, далеко. Так. Все, конечно, хорошо тут написано, но почему у когтей написано 220 урона, а почему у этой кровавой копья не написано, сколько она урона наносит? Написано, сколько она тратит, 190 крови, да, моей какой-то тратит? Или наносит 190 крови? Что это значит? Я просто думаю, когти либо копье брать. Вот это туфта совсем. Давай копье, наверное. затестим. Ля, как она красиво выглядит. Так, теперь вы можете отдохнуть, чтобы сохранить изменения. Окей. Затестим потом. Мне придется, наверное, слишком много крови пить, чтобы... То, что тут за кровь и лечишься, и за кровь копья кидаешь.
If I'm not mad, then it must belong to the one who made me what I am. I must find him to understand.
То сделал меня такими, должен найти его. Так. Добраться до северного берега.
These people want me dead. I need to leave now.
I need to leave now.
Here's the leech. Here!
Офигеть, я так могу?
My head's spinning. I cannot enter.
Старый кол. Оружие для левой руки. Чтобы носить оружием для левой руки, нажимайте правую кнопку, да? А это оружие обладает особыми эффектами и расходит выносливость. Ладно, посмотрим. Я не могу понять, почему я от них убегаю. Я же, блядь, вампир. Они должны от меня убегать. Оглушение. Нажмите правую кнопку мыши, чтобы применить кол и оглушить врага. Оглушенного врага можно укусить. Так, нажмите F, чтобы укусить оглушенного врага. Укусив врага, вы получите кровь для применения навыков и восстановления. О, хорошо. Теперь у вас есть кровь. Нажмите 2, чтобы применить навык. Вау. Фу-фу-фу-фу-фу. Нормально, нормально, движуха начинается. А чё он не оглушился? Ёпт. Ай-яй-яй, ай-яй-яй. Не жгите меня, парни. Сейчас я разберусь. А как лечиться? На 1, да? Бля, какой-то рейд-босс. А, у меня хоть нормальный уворот появился. Смотри, что могу. Ой-ой-ой. Бля, ну прям жесткий мужик. Жесткий мужик. Так, я всех залутал? Нет, он еще что-то лежит. Блин, у них всего по 2 шиллинга лежало. Понятно, почему они такие агрессивные были.
My poor sister. If only I had controlled my need for blood. Mary, someone will pay for what happened to you. For what happened to us. It's locked.
Да, в управлении немножко.
Dizziness from the jump. I can now control it.
Ща. Сейчас все будет. Так, это зеленая полоска ХП, оранжевая выносливость, красная кровь.
What will London have to say to me? I've so many questions unanswered.
Столько вопросов, так мало ответов.
Another corpse. Have the very streets of London become a mausoleum?
Основана, кстати, на реальных событиях.
The man has been drained of all blood, but I can still smell the scent of it. I follow the scent's trail. Perhaps it will lead me to my assailant.
В. Вампирское чутье. Ой.
Fresh
Так, я, блин,
blood.
как Ведьмак.
The smell
Только
is so
круче
strong.
получается. Как Ведьмак, только круче.
Something dire must have come about. Where has everyone gone? According to the blood patterns, that's where the victim was attacked. So that must be the killer's trail. I can't believe
А,
doing this.
так можно крыс хавать, не убивая людей.
That's strange. The trail is very erratic, as if the killer was drunk or hesitant. At last, a little life.
Welcome, sir, to the Turquoise Turtle.
Good evening, sir. I wondered if I could ask for your help.
Wow, you look like you need a drink.
Yes. I apologize for my outfit. It's been a long night.
Been there, seen that. Don't worry, things can only get worse.
What's going on around here? It's like everybody is hiding.
You must be new here. Have you not heard about the murders? Everybody fears the return of the sewer dog.
Who is this sewer dog?
It's the local bogeyman. Convenient answer for every crime that happened for decades. You murdered someone, blame the sewer dog, eh?
You make it sound like it's a fairy tale.
People will always believe in monsters. It's easier than accepting their own darkness. We can all be monsters.
Ну все, что мне назад?
Has anybody entered the bar recently?
Can't say. Sorry. I spent the night making love to that gorgeous bottle, see?
This is important, sir. Are you sure no one has come in here in the last few hours?
I don't know and I don't care. This is a free country. People still have the right to come and go, don't they?
I'll leave you to your bottle then.
Ничего полезного он мне не сказал. Давай, бармен мне сейчас все
God,
расскажет.
sir, you look like Jonah's whale just spat you out of hell. Can I get you a drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Well, grab a chair and get some rest. This is going to be another long night.
I'm looking for someone who might have passed through here recently. Wondered if you might help.
It's been quiet tonight. The only other person I've seen went straight up to his room. Thought it was kind of rude, actually.
You mean he's still here?
Well, yeah. He paid for the entire week.
I need to meet this man. I have questions.
Just climb the stairs and knock on the first door. I heard him open his window, so I guess he's still awake. And,
Yes?
no funny business, you hear me? This is a respectable establishment.
There's gotta be something can be done to get out of this bullshit mess. No?
Давайте.
Hello, sir. Are you all right? Is there any way I can help you?
I don't know. Maybe you could just talk to me.
Maybe you prefer to speak with Tom then. He's more agreeable talking to strangers.
Ладно.
I'll leave then. Thank you.
Блин, диалоги, конечно, здесь очень максимально странные какие-то, кринжовые. Я бы сказал, кринжовые.
I think I'm losing my mind.
This is no place for you. Prewen has several patrols roaming the area.
They do not pursue me.
But they're looking for vampires, and they're most efficient.
They'll not relent until the killer has been identified.
I have a common objective, but I require...
I think someone is eavesdropping.
Are you certain? You might as well come in, whoever you are.
Slowly, vampire. Who are you? I mean you no harm, saith the vampire. Present yourself. I need a word. Anyone.
Well, that's something I can do for
Меня
you.
так от креста колбасит, да? Да хер его знает. По глазам видит. Может, у него чуйка на вампиров. Сам прикол, он с кем-то пиздел, по-моему, с вампиршей. Баба тоже вампирша была. Слышал? Ты пиздел, потом она тпшнулась куда-то.
And who might you be?
Сначала вы будет как-то борзо, я ж к нему пришел какой... Я не
I'm
знаю.
not sure that I know anymore.
Might I at least learn the reason of your presence?
That's none of your concern.
Sir, you have entered my room in the middle of the night, pale as a corpse and shaking like a tree. So please, indulge me.
Someone is molesting people. In fact, killing them. Biting them.
The calling card of a vampire. Like you.
You seem the expert. How would that be?
I have my secrets, as you have yours.
Then if you are not a vampire, who or what are you?
Dr. Edgar Swansea of the Brotherhood of St. Paul. I'm performing an independent investigation here in an attempt to understand precisely what is going on.
I heard another voice, that of a woman. Who were you talking to?
Ridiculous. I've no idea what you're talking about.
Something tells me not to trust you.
Then the feeling is mutual.
Then help me find the culprit.
I may. If you'll first tell me why you opened this door.
I followed a trail. The scent of blood from a recent victim. It led me here.
You thought I was your aggressor. That explains a great deal. We're both chasing the same shadow.
Perhaps. This is all new to me. I'm not even certain what I'm looking for.
You should let me handle this affair. You've no idea what you're up against.
No. I will find the monster. He is mine.
He's
How will
mine.
you do any better than I? But then let me ask you this. What are your intentions if you find the killer?
Я бы нажал, я его прикончу, но сначала потребую ответов.
I will at last have the answers to my questions.
Then I can only wish you good hunting. And pray we shall meet again.
Выследить убийцу, расспросить местных. Так я уже расспросил. Я прям при нем шиллинги пизжу. Ебать, он лох.
If Swansea is not my attacker, it means somebody else came here tonight. Someone must know something.
Ну, еще раз с барменом попиздим.
Welcome back. Did you find what you were after?
I can't say I have. Are you sure no one else came into your bar before I arrived?
Hey, I told you, you were the only other stranger I've had.
Да, бля, я вампир.
I think you're hiding something from me.
I hide many things.
Хотя в Скайриме вампиров тоже пиздят, да?
That's what my job's about.
Goodbye, Mr. Watts.
Так, давай еще раз с Бухим поговорим.
Hello, sir. May I disturb you again?
And you're still ugly as sin.
I'll leave
Ой,
you to
блядь.
your bottle then.
Мискликнул, ладно, там, по-моему, вроде не было. Ну, давай,
Stupid or something. I've never even...
давай с ней еще попиздим.
Evening, sir.
I have a few... I spoke to Dr. Swansea. He's not the man I'm looking for. Now, I want the truth.
The truth? What do you mean?
I suspect that someone else was here tonight. And I don't think Tom wants to tell me about it.
I'm just the barmaid here, okay? If Tom says you're the only visitor we had, then you're the only visitor we had.
I can feel your fear, madam. Please tell me what's going on.
It's Will. William Bishop. He came in here earlier tonight and he... Well, I thought he was going to clock someone.
Tell me about this William Bishop.
Will was a sailor who worked at the cannon factory before he lost that job. A nice bloke, really. He's never been violent. Until tonight.
Why keep it a secret? Why not
Why
tell me
keep
about
it a secret?
Tom's
Why
nothing
told me
if not
about?
After Will lost his job, he offered him one ear. They used to be good mates.
Money, 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 money.
Recently,
Девушки в
Will-
кармане.
Will started to get very aggressive.
I see. Thank you for your candor.
Опс, залез
Be
обратно.
sure to talk to Tom.
Бля, ну игра скучновата, если честно. Надеюсь, она как-то раскроется. Так, подсказки о горожанах. Вы получили подсказку, в ней содержится личная информация о горожанине и человеке, который с ним связан. Так. Ебать. Тут прям какой-то жесткий детектив, да? Тут прям надо жестко мыслить. Это ж не для меня. Я думал просто походить, поебашить всех за вампира. Информация о горожанине, вы вампир. И для развития навыков вам нужна кровь. Индикатор качества крови указывает, сколько опыта вы получите, если вы пьете кровь горожанина. Найдите подсказки, увеличивающие опыт. Андрюха, ты хоть что-нибудь понимаешь? Я лично вообще... Не, диалоги слушать, сюжет узнавать, да. Мне вот это не норм, блядь. Вот это, что сейчас происходит? Что это на экране? Социальный слой. Качество крови. 1500 опыта. Качество крови. Что? Том Уильям Бишоп некогда были близкими друзьями. Типа мне надо так... Головоломки. Ничем не болеет. Смотри, это пиздец какой-то, Андрюх. Там мне надо самому строить догадки, кто с кем связан, кто завязан в убийстве там или в чё. Бля, это ж пиздец какой-то, ёбаный в рот. Кто это придумал? Я слишком тупой для этой хуйни. Так, расспросить местных. Ну, я ж уже всех расспросил. Их тут всего 3, блядь. Давай еще раз. Может, я... Так, подсказки о горожанах. Вы можете заставить горожанина. Блин, какое слово горожанин? Первый раз слышу. Заставить горожанина поделиться с вами информацией, если у вас есть подсказка. Синяя строка. О. Ой, блядь, я не то нажал. Извиняюсь, тихо, сейчас.
You again. What can I do for you?
Tom, talk to me about the visit from your old friend, William.
Yes, Will came by tonight, but he's not my friend anymore.
Реально в какой-то Ведьмака играю.
It's a matter of urgency. Do you know where he is?
You could try his boat.
Еще пиздели на русском вообще охуенно было.
Sleeps there when he's too drunk to get home.
Please describe him to me.
What'd you expect? He's a tall, sick bastard with a bad rash and torn old clothes. William used to be strong. Now he's a mess.
Thank you, Tom.
If you see him, tell him I don't want him back here unless he cleans up his act, okay?
Ну, я теперь узнал, что чувак огромный с лишаем. Давай сейчас тут
Hello,
попить.
sir. May I just...
You're still ugly as sin.
Ну, этого ничего не
I'll leave
появляется.
you to your...
Так, выследить убийцу, осмотреть лодки надо. Угу.
I will get to the bottom of this intrigue. What's been done to me, to this city.
Короче, смесь Ведьмака, Шерлока Холмса, блин. И хер знает чего еще. И Бладрейн. Как мне лодки осмотреть? С помощью чутья своего, да?
The body is still warm. This man has just been drained of blood. What's this? Some sort of note. This man was armed. He tried to defend himself. This corpse has been dried of its blood, just like the previous victim.
Я в Фаренгейт не играл и в Heavy Rain не играл. Heavy Rain, я знаю, такая, как эта игруха такая чисто. Выбираешь. Отец с сыном там что-то, да, ходит.
Blood and empty gin bottles.
Но я не играл, даже не смотрел.
Something of a heavy drinker. There are blood splats on the other side of the canal. I must reach that barge.
Так, идти по кровавому следу надо. Как тут идти? Где кровавого следа? Нету кровавого следа. Как мне идти по кровавому следу, если его нет? Это прикол такой какой-то? На ту сторону я не могу тпшнуться. В воду прыгай. Да мне что-то подсказывает, что он не умеет плавать. Он даже на лодку залезть не может. Не, эта игра ограничивает меня. А, подожди. Хуяк. Мне вот так надо было сделать. Состояние района стабильное. Сопротивление какое-то. Стрелок и стражи Бривена. Г спрятать. Что их спрятать? Так, а я даже приседать не могу, да? Он даже приседать не может. Идите Охотник, 4-й левел. Чё, Андрюха? По стелсу ебашим, так пим-пим-пим-пим, или идем на пролом? На пролом! Подожди, я хочу вот скрытная атака F вне боя. Не получилось, сука. Я хотел F нажать. Она не жалась. Но... Да не, Андрюха. Стелс... Это не игра, не про стелс. Я вампир! Оружие дальнего боя. Нажмите, чтобы применить оружие дальнего боя. Это оружие наносит обычный и урон. И урон при оглушении. Не забывайте число патронов. Похеру. Да они должны по стелсу против меня играть. Я вампир. Так, куда мне идти? Так как мне вниз спрыгнуть? Он даже вниз не может спрыгнуть, прикинь. Чисто по лестнице надо спускаться. Он приседать не умеет. Прыгать он не умеет. Досье врага. Нажмите В, чтобы найти поблизости врагов и увидеть их досье. Ой, сопротивление. Некоторые враги устойчивы к определенным видам урона. Вот начинается хуйтан. Некоторые враги... Так, они помечены соответственно с 4 видами урона. Физический ближний урон. Ага, типа этот жирный чувак устойчив к физическому урону. И дальнему бою. Угу. А чем тогда бить? Магическая кровь и тень. А, ну и кровью сейчас его захуярю. Оранжевый цвет означает среднюю устойчивость. Красный цвет... Ага. То есть, короче, дальний бой его не возьмешь и ближника не возьмешь. Но я могу кровью херачить. Дверь не откроет сверху, там же красным показано было. Ну я понял. Сейчас я его хуйну кровью своей. Смотри как. Профессионально. Чё так мало крови сосу? Нельзя побольше сосать? Мне так тупо, что я не могу... Вот как мне по стелсу проходить, если он даже приседать не умеет? Он не умеет приседать, он не умеет тихо ходить. Этот персонаж. Ой, сука. Я же почти освоился. Чувак, который жесткое сопротивление к ближнему бою. Но у меня есть дальний бой. Сука. Блин, не пожалел, что я взял вот эти стрелы, кровяные стрелы. Жесткая тема. Что-то тут все в крови. Это сейчас секретка какая-то. Убежище. Вы нашли новое убежище. Здесь вы можете отдохнуть, потратить опыт и создать предметы. Давай что-нибудь качнем. Звук прикольный. Целая мелодия. Так, что тут у нас? Создание предметов, изготовление предметов на рабочих столах. Вы можете создать лекарства, сыворотки, детали. Ага. Оружие могу прокачать, да? Я, кстати, с пистолета так и ни разу не стрелял. Давайте теса качнем. Как его качать? Увеличивает наносимый урон на 10%. Уменьшает расход выносливости на 10%. Алюминиевый порошок мне нужен, да, какой-то? Тогда пистолет качнем. Нельзя качнуть? У меня ничего нету, да? А это что такое? Хорошо. Подожди, а как мне пистолет выбрать? Хочу с пистолета стрелять. Что мне надо нажать? Т? Г? Я не шарю вообще. Я хочу с пистолета пострелять. А мне надо что? Так сделать? Как его выбрать? Внимание, если вы выберете двуручное оружие, оружие для левой руки будет убрано. Это что, двуручное оружие? Почему не выбирается, ёпта? А, он выбрался. Так, а как он будет узнавать, чем я стрелять хочу? На Г, да, свапать? Чуть не понимаю вообще. Г зажать надо? Как? Ничего не понимаю. Ладно, давай сейчас скилл качнем. Чё качаем? Организм. 50 здоровья, выносливость, запас крови, дикая жажда, увеличить объем крови, поглощение при укусе и в бою. Вот это хорошая вещь. Мне нужно больше крови. Еще больше крови. Кайф. Так. Тут что, укус. Повышает урон от укусов в бою на 100%. Увеличить количество единиц здоровья восстанавливает при укусе. О, блядь. Давай укус качать. Сейчас. А что она не качает? А, мне не хватает опыта. Все понял. Это что такое? Вы теряете контроль над собой и позволяете зверю управлять вами. Зверь телепортируется ко всем окружающим вас врагам и яростно атакует их. Ух, ебать, жесткая вещь. Это как Джаггернаут. Бля, что делает? А что надо делать, чтобы это все пооткрывать? Кровавый барьер. Блин, кайф все сразу качнуть. Отменить, потеряв все изменения. Нет. Давайте. Сейчас будем побольше крови сосать сразу. Почаще будем спамить. Я одного не могу понять сейчас. Как мне кол сменить? А чуваки все резнулись, типа, да? Когда я отдохнул.
Fresh blood. The whole building reeks of it. The scent is so strong it makes me dizzy.
Старая коса. Вопрос тогда, зачем я качал кинжал? Давай-ка А, коса двуручная, охуеть.
This place reeks of bloodshed.
William, please stop. Just a sip, I promise. You're my dearest friend. You're my last and dearest friend.
This creature is bedeviled. I must put it down.
Ты босс, что ли? Ой, блядь, стамина ушла. Блин, я хотел косу проверить. Да иди нахуй, бля. Бля, сейчас я ёбну. Уильям Бишоп. Боевка, конечно, Dark Souls отдыхает.
William, please, stop. William was an honorable man. I could have saved him.
Mr. Hampton, are you in there?
I knew him well, another lost soul, a kindred spirit.
Sir, listen to the sound of my voice. I'm a doctor. You're suffering from shock.
I must return to my flock. They'll stray without me.
Боже, он живой. На нахуй.
Remember, certain skulls are every bit as resistant as we are.
Who are you? What do you mean by scowl?
You truly are a newborn. I should have realized.
Wait. You are the woman from the bar. Are you like me? Can you help me?
I believe, sir, I already have.
By George and the Saints, you've solved the mystery of these terrible murders. Patience, good fellows, I've come to offer help. Just give me a moment to secure my boat. We can leave this awful place.
Как можно этой штуковиной управлять лодкой?
He was just taken by the thirst. He needed this drink.
This man requires medical attention. We'll see he gets to the nearest hospital.
No, please, I must tend to my fold. My flock needs me.
There, sir. Go with the good Dr. Swansea. He's resourceful, and I'm sure he'll take good care of you.
You'd best come as well. The sun is soon to rise, and you'll need a place to rest.
I just need a moment. If I can learn something about what has happened to William, I'll be a step closer to understanding what happened to me.
This poor creature can't be my maker. Could it be some subspecies of vampire? I must find a place to analyze the blood.
Я так понял, туда он крутит, он едет туда он крутит и едет вперед. А как он управляет вправо-лево этим рулем? Что за странный механизм?
We're on our way to the Pembroke Hospital. It's just across the canal. They'll have a bed for poor Mr. Hampton.
William was... What manner of creature was he?
Predator, prey, villain, and victim. Who can say? The important thing is that he's been stopped.
Duly noted. And the woman? What... Who is she?
What woman?
Oh, don't play me for a fool. You used me to locate that skull. You must know who she is.
And I thought you a gentleman. You shouldn't talk about a lady behind her back, but I will tell you she values her privacy. Were London as peaceful as she appears from the middle of the canal? If only that were the reality of the situation.
To be honest, I've always tried to avoid this part of town.
Pembroke Hospital is the last bastion between the rest of London and the epidemic. The flu has decimated the East End and the war still rages. Welcome to the front lines of a plague.
This is where you work, Dr. Swansea?
I am the administrator of Pembroke Hospital.
I thought you were here in service of your mysterious order, the Brotherhood of...
Of St. Paul's Stole, yes. But first and foremost, I'm a man of science. A physician, like yourself, Dr. Reed.
How do you know who I am?
No need for modesty. You are Dr. Jonathan Reed, a surgeon of some caliber and renown, if I'm not mistaken.
You are correct, sir.
I knew it! I had my suspicions. But when you took the blood sample from the corpse of poor William, I was certain. Dr. Reed. Marvelous.
Have we met?
I attended 3 of your seminars before the war. I have the utmost admiration for your research. And what a turn of fate. England's most esteemed blood specialist returns to London a vampire.
That word again, from a so-called man of science.
I understand. Traditionally, the role of science is to refute myth, but when myth walks among us, the Brotherhood of St. Paul has dedicated its purpose to study. There's so much for you to learn.
And for that, you are right.
Well, then let me be blunt. Join my staff at Pembroke Hospital. As a physician. I suspect you'll not find a better post of employment to contemplate your predicament.
This is sudden. I was returning home to see my sickly mother. But alas, that...
В смысле? Ты думаешь, на стриме быстрее идет, чем в жизни? В смысле не успеваешь читать?
Take a moment to consider. The post would be for the night shift, providing a good explanation for your absence during daylight hours. You'll be adequately reimbursed and have a place to hide. I even had the forethought to bring some clean clothes. So, what do you say?
It seems I have little choice, but yours is a generous offer, so I thank you.
Brilliant! Oh, Jonathan, this is one for the book, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Реально какой-то Шерлок Холмс, да? Слышь? Вампир Шерлок Холмс. Даже музыка чем-то немножко напоминает Шерлок Холмс. Мрачный Шерлок Холмс такой.
Dr. Swansea, thank goodness. I was beginning to be concerned.
Worry no more, Nurse Crane, for I bring good news.
Oh, Doctor, what a night. We lost 2 more patients. Nurse Scow said she couldn't take it anymore and resigned.
Yes, well, I'll make a new rota in the morning. In the meantime, find a good bed for Mr. Hampton. Be sure to pay attention to his needs.
Of course, Doctor.
Oh, and Dorothy?
Yes, Doctor?
Dr. Reed here has just returned from the front. He served King and Country and will be joining us here at Pembroke. We're very lucky to have gained a surgeon of his talent, and one so experienced in blood transfusions.
That is good news indeed, Doctor.
Oh, yes.
Вот она, равноправие. 2 мужика идут, а баба тащит чувака.
If you have any questions, just ask her.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Your assistance is required, Dr. Swansea, immediately.
Welcome aboard, Jonathan. We'll catch up after my rounds. Coming, Nurse Crane. I'm coming.
Так, и чё? Что мне... Ну, типа, мы врачи, да, это медсестра. Мы элита. Состояние района здоровое. Так, и что мне делать надо?
It's okay, Jonathan. I'll see you later.
Здоровый гражданин. Тут еще какая-то чума, наверное, будет. Раз показывают здоровый район, нездоровый район. Я тут поножовщина.
Oh, come on, you bastard. I won't bite.
Sir, please. You've lost too much blood. Calm yourself.
You think I didn't notice? Stop your staring and get me to an hospital, you arse.
Смотри, типа варианты. Оставить истекать кровью, повежливости мной, типа его спасти. Но я его убиваю.
Alright, sorry. I am in pain here. My guts are spilling out onto the street and you're yabbering on.
Yes. That's a very nasty wound you've got there. Take my word, I am a doctor. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Name's Clay Cox. I'd appreciate you helping me to a better place, Doc.
Follow me, Mr. Cox. Let me assist you to that better place.
Качество крови. Качество крови указывает на то, насколько единиц опыта вы получите, убив этого горожанина. Чем выше качество крови, тем больше опыта вы получите. Не понял, а где качество крови? 500 опыт. Кул гипнотизирования. Загипнотизировать. Чтобы выпить кровь человека, сначала нужно загипнотизировать его и увести подальше от посторонних глаз. Если ваш уровень гипноза равен уровню сопротивления жертвы или превосходит его, вы сможете получить контроль над ее разумом. Бля, ну тут слишком много каких-то механик. Тун-тун-тун, тун-тун. Куда мне идти надо? Идите по красному пути. С чуваком погуляем тут, блядь. Нажмите, чтобы объять клея кокса. Да, клея кокса. Чтобы объять клея кокса или опустить ее. Объяв его, вы получите много единиц опыта, но помните, это приведет к определенным последствиям. Чем больше вы узнаете о горожанах и чем больше собираете связанных с ними подсказок, тем больше. Так, Андрюха, ты что, не понял? Отпускать его или жрать его нахуй? Рамблер. Рамблер. Я просто не могу понять, смотри, ну типа, я его жраю, я получаю там сколько-то опыта. Охуенно все. А если я его отпускаю, то какие-то подсказки могу лутать. И за подсказки тоже опыт как когда-то что-то получу. Жри его нахуй. Давай сожрем нахуй его. Ой, бля, я заруинил. Я прервал жертву, теперь нельзя пожрать. F больше не жмется. О. Получено достижение. Невозможно устоять. Да, он еще и пиздит. Прикинь, я его высушил, он еще и пиздит, что-то лежит. Носы на него, да, если бы можно было. В этой игре нельзя прыгать, приседать, а ссать можно, да, на людей. Это что, постол, что ли?
divine sin.
Монашку съесть? Идем, идем, идем.
Doctor, where have you been? I've little time to play hide and seek with new staff members, no matter how illustrious they may be.
I apologize, nurse. I needed some time to myself. This has been the longest and strangest night of my life.
You delivered poor Mr. Hampton from a terrible fate. The means to that end should be of little concern, Doctor.
Thank you, nurse. What can I do for you?
Dr. Swansea insisted we provide you a quiet office. You'll find it on the second floor with your name on the door.
Thank you. Nurse Crane, isn't it?
Yes, Dorothy Crane. Welcome to Pembroke Hospital, Dr. Reed. Your office has been prepared.
Да, еще попиздим.
I would like to ask a few questions first. What kind of man is Dr. Swansea?
Well, you accepted the job from him. I thought you would have known about your employer.
It's right to assume Dr. Swansea knows far more about me than I do about him.
You'll get to know him soon enough, and better than me. The administrator has better things to do than mix with us.
Thank you, Nurse Crane.
Так. Тоже странно, мне только что в диалоге сказали, где моя комната находится, на втором этаже, там табличка с моим именем. И в диалоге предлагают спросить, где моя комната находится.
This must be the place. It's definitely away from prying eyes. Relegated to the shadows. A kingdom of my own. At least I won't be sleeping in a coffin.
Я даже не знаю, что лучше. Мачете, коса, палица, топорик клея. Ладно. С чем ходить? Так, что качаем? Давай прокачаем вот эту хуйню. Как ее? Можно прокачать? Чего не хватает? А, 8 уровень нужен. Понятно. Угу. Свертывание. Вы останавливаете кровь в венах цели, делая ее беззащитной. Давай барьер качнем. Да, 600 штук стоит. Так, я же хотел укус прокачать, да? Чё, типа? Давай урон от укуса повысим. Будем кусаться жестко. Так. Ага. Видишь, хуйня какая. Я чувака пизданул, и у меня До 100% на 92% упало здоровье. Типа, чем это меньше полоска получается, тем я меньше разгадываю секреток. Типа, хуй знает. Ну, типа, эту игра, тут можно проходить, никого не убивая, и тогда ты все это разгадываешь преступление. Это разные концовки, разная хуйня. А чем больше, если ты людей убиваешь, то игра сложнее становится. Я так понял, полоска опускается, и все сложнее и сложнее. Ему 30 лет было, чуваку, прикинь, подонок. Ну, я с него 500 опыта залутал, нормально. Провести анализ крови Уильяма Бишопа за рабочим столом. Сейчас все сделаю. Мне нравится, я шиллинги типа получаю. А на что их тратить-то? Я еще не видел, чтобы какое-то что-то можно было купить.
The flower's dying. It needs water.
Ой, бля, ну я читать, конечно, не буду, это слишком скучно для вас. Бич драконов. Гля, я прям как в Dark Souls играю. Поднял какой-то бич драконов. Что происходит? Ой, ля, шапочку приобрел. Ничего себе. Мне нравится провести анализ крови. А, это вот здесь, да? И чё? Что я делаю?
William Bishop's blood is much more unstable than human blood and shows extensive mutation. But this is not what happened to me. I must keep on searching. The sun is about to rise. I can feel it. I'll continue tomorrow night.
Спим, короче,
So much time.
до ночи. Как спать? Ёпта. Как спать? Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу, непонятно. Вытащила. А я что-то не понимаю, как спать лечь? Может, я что-то не понимаю? Мне типа надо лечь в кровати и поспать до завтрашнего вечера. Отдохнуть в кровати до ночи написано. Ну и в кровать-то он, блядь, он не ложится, он скиллы качать садится. Может, я слишком тупой, не догоняю чего-то? Где тут кнопка лечь спать? Может, это... А, ну это типа я поспал так вот, да? Нажал окей. Бать механика, конечно, жестко.
I'd better learn to hide my true nature from the mortals. But what about my thirst for blood?
hurry now, Doctor. It's freezing here.
Yes, Nurse Crane? How can I help you?
I'm so sorry. I know Dr. Swansea wanted you to rest, but we have somewhat of a crisis.
A crisis, you say?
Our supply of antiseptics is nearly depleted. I was hoping there was another box up here, but...
Так, ну, слишком как-то борзо будет, я запрещаю входить в мою комнату. Здесь ничего нет.
Sorry. There's nothing here.
Some of the patients won't last the night without them. Honestly, sir, I'm beside myself.
I may have a solution. In France, during the war, drugs shortage was a daily problem, and we had to use our wits to overcome the shortages.
However do you mean?
If combined correctly, certain household chemical products can be used in a pinch instead. Now, where's the hospital storeroom?
The storeroom? Fat chance. This is the Pembroke, and space is luxury we don't have. Everything used to be stored in the old morgue.
Perhaps I should look there first. Where is this morgue?
It's the large building behind the hospital. You'll need to go in the back door because it's been sealed off for sanitary reasons. Take this key.
Чё, морг? На английском морг?
The abandoned morgue behind the hospital. A small door at the end of a narrow street. On my way then. Thank you, nurse.
Ночная смена, войти в старый морг. А вы знали, что морг по-английски будет морг? Где этот морг? Далеко бежать? Вот так оббежать. Вообще похую, да? Так, правильно же бегу?
Scowl voices in the garden. I should investigate. If they were to find somebody.
Ку-ку, ёпта. Бля, ну там... Не, косая максимально уебанская. Ай, сука. Ебать, он меня сейчас убьет. Ты че, ебанутый? Так. Как там инвентарь открывается? Коса идет нахуй. Берем мачете. Подожди, нет, у меня же бич драконов есть. Ёбаный урод. Бич дракона старый, но все еще острый меч. Давай с ним походим. Так. Как там, блядь? А сюда мы возьмем еще. Что это? Берехун. Давай так потестим. А поле, если я активирую, оно долго висеть будет, интересно на мне или нет? Давай активируем. Да-да, но их найти надо, этих крыс. Крыс я хаваю периодически. Шиллинги. И вот эти шиллинги лутаю, монетки. А на них я что-то еще ничего не покупал. Я даже не знаю, где покупать на них что-то надо. Так.
infected William Bishop. Must be the same strain. This sickness moved.
Я хочу, знаешь, что?
It's faster than influenza.
Так делать, да.
I cannot enter. Balls of Mars, fortifiers. As popular as they are ineffective. But they do contain iron tartrate, and that might prove itself useful.
Да иди ты нахуй, блядь. Ты можешь умереть. Хули они такие жесткие? Так, куда мне идти-то? Двери закрыты.
This key will surely grant me access to the basement.
Хуя подкрался, иди нахуй. Откуда ты взялся? Бля, попасть не могу. Да иди ты нахуй. Ля-ля-ля. Тише, тише, тише. Надо прокачать, что когда кусаю этот... ХП восстанавливал. Не только кровь, но и ХП. Что это было? Ебать тут.
These skulls feed from corpses and the husks of animals.
Я хочу забэкстабить. Как? Да к ним не подкрадешься. Как в этой игре подкрадываться? Тише. Иди ты нахуй, блядь, что за потный мужик. Хуя, он еще и меня сам сосет кровь. Да, бля, мне придется тебя трахнуть так. Охуеть. Он не дал крови попить, прикинь. До последнего сопротивлялся. Мужик.
It's locked, all right.
It's locked, though. Старый ампутационный нож. Ох, ёпт. О. Понятно, это, короче, вместо дубинки нож. Ими я смогу больше крови хуярить. Сюда я пришел. Так. Все, я понял. Он понял, ножом бьет и кровь высасывает, попутно выкачивает. А бля, а как мне кровь сосать у них? Как мне их оглушать? Во время боя я чуть не могу допереть. Ой, что за хуй? Это босс? Ой, их двое, блядь. Да иди нахуй, что за пиздец? Куда я попал? Ёбаный урод. Dark Souls отдыхает. Андрюха, учись, как надо боссов убивать. А то. Изи.
I'm not sure I can defeat them without becoming stronger. To drink blood is so tempting.
Sodium hypochlorite. Dangerous to administer, but efficient in the proper dosage.
Всю кровь на них потратить. Лекарство, средство от переутомления. Чё? Средство от переутомления. Чё? Ну да, сделаю я. А нахуй оно мне надо? Ладно, похер. Что от меня хотят? Почему с них ничего не выпало? Я так долго с ними дрался, с них ничего не выпало. Мне нужно кровушки напиться срочно. Уя. Что за баклажан? Ты решил мне кровушки дать? Бля, ну он мало крови дает, этот нож. Я что, зря качал укус? А как мне пить кровь, блядь? Да иди ты нахуй, ёпта. Я на тебя кровь фармлю. А он кусается. Я хочу научиться сзади скрытно убивать. Как убивать? Они меня слышат, я не могу скрытно подойти даже. Опа. Ну ты видел, как я подходил, блядь? Ну это цирк какой-то. Самый дурацкий подход был в моей жизни. Торговцы могут менять цены на товары в зависимости от состояния района. Да нахер мне эти торговцы нужны? Мне вообще ничего не надо. Ноль уважения.
Finally, you've returned, Doctor. Did you find anything of value?
Yes, nurse.
You've worked your first miracle, Doctor. Now, this patient here needs immediate treatment.
Duty calls. When the storm has passed, I'll show you how to mix the remedy yourself with the same basic ingredients.
Many thanks, Doctor. When you've finished, you ought to report to Dr. Swansea in his office. He's been looking for you. Seemed pressing.
Болезни. Заболевания снижают качество крови горожан. Снабжайте их соответствующими лекарствами. Поговорите с пациентом рядом с Дороти и узнайте о его состоянии здоровья. Ладно, пойду спать, а то как с ночной пришел, так еще не ложился, а ночью опять иду и башить успеху. Да, давай. Я, наоборот, только встал недавно. Всю ночь буду сидеть за компом.
Waste your time with me.
Good evening, madam. Can I help you?
It's my son who needs you, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed. How can I help your son?
I'm Beatrice Goswick, mother of Mortimer Goswick. Could you check on him, please, Dr. Reed? I've heard much of your talents as a physician.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick. Good evening. I'm Dr. Reed. Can I help at all?
No.
Really? Why are you here, then?
I don't want to talk. My throat hurts too much.
I suppose that this pain is the reason you're here. Is someone taking care of you?
Yes. And no.
Could you at least tell me your name, sir?
Mortimer. Mortimer Goswick.
Так, болезни. Чтобы проверить состояние здоровья, нажмите Е. Вы улучшите качество крови горожан и состояние района, а также получите опыт, если будете лечить горожан.
Do you need any help?
I'm afraid I may, sir. I don't mean to be a burden.
You are not a burden, sir. Healing you is my responsibility.
And you have my gratitude for that.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Goswick.
I don't want to talk, Doctor.
How painful is your throat, Mr. Goswick?
So painful I'd rather not talk at all, Doctor.
I'm sure you realize a doctor and his patient have to communicate, sir. Would it help if I gave you some paper and a pen?
Not really.
I see. Then maybe it's not just your throat that hurts, Mr. Goswick. Perhaps your sore throat is just the consequence of something more hurtful.
Yes, maybe. But I don't want to talk or even write about it now.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
Так, пойдем с его мамкой попиздим. Она более разговорчива.
Good evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
What can you tell me about yourself, Mrs. Goswick?
Not much to say. Just take care of my Mortimer and I'll cover all the expenses. That's all that matters.
Are you really that rich? Most of the patients here are of a more humble origin, if I may say so.
Yes, thanks to my husband. May he rest in peace. I can cover any needed medical expenses.
What do you think of your reception here? Any complaints?
I have had the uttermost reservations about this hospital since we arrived. But we had no other choice, considering the state of emergency.
Is there something in particular that's bothering you?
Some of the staff were not especially welcoming. I suspect they're not accustomed to dealing with patients of such social standing.
Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke Hospital. What gave you such a bad first impression?
The ambulance driver was quite rude, for a start. And that nurse, Miss Hawkins, seems to have quite a dubious attitude.
What do you mean?
She managed to secure a bed for my son despite the epidemic. It was a relief, but it wasn't cheap.
I share your concern, Mrs. Goswick. Be sure that I'll talk to the people involved.
I don't expect compensation, Dr. Reed. But I'm aware such behavior would not be tolerated in other hospitals.
What can you tell me?
Not much to say.
Goodbye, Mrs. Goswick.
Какие-то душные диалоги, если честно.
Good evening, Mr. Goswick.
I'm okay.
Why did your mother have you hospitalized here? She seems convinced this is a bad hospital.
My mother just wants the best for me. She won't rest while I'm here. She'd go all the way to hell and back to help me.
Is your mother bothering you? As your doctor, I can ask her to leave you alone if you would prefer.
That's tempting, Doctor. But you have no idea what my mother is capable of. She would tie herself to my bed if you asked her to leave.
Pembroke Hospital may look unorthodox, but rest assured you're in good hands here.
It's not me you have to convince, Dr. Reed. It's my mother.
I have to go now, sir. But don't hesitate to contact me if you need any help.
I'm alright. Don't waste your time with me.
My sweet girl. Reach me.
Блин, это совсем пиздеть, это, конечно, игра на миллион часов окажется.
I don't know if a third opinion is needed. Your colleagues are already arguing about my condition.
I see. Would you mind telling me more about your situation?
I'm Harvey Fiddick. All I want is to get me bloody arm fixed properly.
Tell me about yourself, Mr. Fiddick.
I'm just a regular guy waiting to get his arm fixed, so I can return to work and to my family.
I was more curious about what you were doing before being hospitalized.
I'm a carpenter, and a good one too. But that means I need both arms to feed my family, Dr. Reed.
Tell me about the doctors who are arguing about your case.
Strickland and Aykroyd. They both want the best for me, but there's a lot of pride there. Doctors are no different from carpenters, it seems.
What do you mean?
I often had professional arguments with rivals on a building site. Difference is I disagreed about wooden nails, not flesh and bones.
Are you satisfied with your treatment here?
Well, it's clear that I've chosen a bad time to be injured. Forgive my bluntness, but you seem overwhelmed by cases of the flu.
I won't lie to you about it. I'm afraid we are.
Are you sure you don't want to operate yourself, Dr. Reed? I have the feeling you're very capable. And your colleagues seem to think so too.
In other circumstances, you would be right. But for now, I don't think I can take on the responsibility. My apologies. Goodbye for now, Mr. Fiddick. I'll see you later.
I see you later.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I believe we're going to be colleagues.
Reed? Yes, I've been informed about your arrival. I'm Waverly Ackroyd. Welcome aboard, I suppose.
Does my arrival inconvenience you in some way, Dr. Ackroyd?
Let us just say that I don't particularly share Dr. Swansea's enthusiasm for hiring you. What we need here are reliable professionals, not overrated dabblers.
If you have a problem with me, Dr. Ackroyd, please feel free to tell me.
Dr. Swansea has imposed your presence on this hospital without asking anyone's advice. The benefit of his position. But I don't agree with it.
I know we've never met before, but I believe this hospital could use all the help it can get. You will agree with that, I'm sure.
Oh, but I have heard about you, Dr. Reed. Of course, you can't say the same about me, since I have not wasted my time courting the press.
There is no need for such animosity between us. Don't you think the epidemic is already enough to deal with?
That is one point we could agree on. And that is precisely why I want to be sure that you will be of help to this hospital, instead of a burden.
Since your tenure in this hospital is longer than mine, perhaps you can tell me more about this place.
Let's just say I'm tired of the carelessness around me. I have always respected the skills of Dr. Swansea, but over time his enthusiasm has become displaced.
Carelessness? Exactly what are you talking about?
We're here to save lives. The people who trust us are not volunteering for experimentation. They're here to be healed.
I don't intend to run any radical experiments, Doctor. Even if I, as any good practitioner should, express an interest in pushing the boundaries of medical research.
Modern medical methods were created through audacity and ego. But there are rules in our line of work, and they're here to protect our patients.
It seems you have bad...
Блин, так пока со всеми попиздишь, обо всем уснешь нахуй.
War only reveals the worst in men.
We can at least agree on something, Dr. Ackroyd. I don't know what you've heard about me, but I have already...
I don't question your skills, Dr. Reed, but your motive.
And what exactly is that supposed to mean?
I served in the war just like you. But unlike you, I did not use the wounded to play the modern sorcerer.
Be careful what you insinuate, Dr. Ackroyd.
I only want you to admit you used those men to improve your theories.
Я уже забыл, о чем тут диалог был, ёпта.
Knowledge has always been and will remain our main weapon, and it has always come at a price. And personal initiative.
It is not a question of initiative, it is a question of integrity. These men and women have put their faith in us, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your time. We'll talk later.
Dr. Reed, may I help you?
For how long have you been working here, Nurse Crane?
I first volunteered at the Pembroke in 1911, a few months after Dr. Swansea was appointed.
And before you arrived here?
If you must know, this was my first job.
Well, Dr. Swansea certainly has confidence in your abilities. Are you in charge of the nursing staff?
Not in an official capacity, but the Pembroke doesn't always work above board, so to speak.
How is the duty roster organized?
Everybody works until they can't. If there's time, they'll eat a meal and shed a silent tear.
Обедают и тихо плачут. Охеренный режим работы.
Dr. Reed, we don't have the money and resources here at the Pembroke like they do in the West End. We do what we can.
What can you tell me about the epidemic, Nurse Crane? I've been out of touch since I've come back to England.
Everyday folk don't know how bad it is. The papers certainly won't tell them. Not as long as the war is raging on, anyway.
News on the front stated that the Spanish flu was under control, at least in Britain.
It seemed to be for a while, but that was only last summer. It returned with a vengeance just over a month ago.
What can you tell me about our patients here at Pembroke?
This hospital was founded to help the East End poor and needy. But since the war and the quarantine, we've had all manner of folk.
Can you be more specific?
Well, veterans, the elderly, dock workers. We even have a few mental patients. If there's space, we take them.
I'll see you later, Nurse Crane.
С этим я еще не пиздел, да?
Good evening, Doctor. I believe we're going to be working together.
Dr. Reed. Dr. Swansea informed us of your arrival, but I could not dare to believe we'd have such good fortune. Such an honor, sir.
Thank you. And you are?
I am Thoreau Strickland, Dr. Thoreau Strickland. I'm a great admirer of your work, Dr. Reed.
Please, could you tell me something about yourself?
I'm a great admirer of your work concerning blood transfusion, Dr. Reed. I run my own experiments. I'm convinced it's the future.
What made you choose to be a doctor?
I'm not ashamed to admit you and your work have inspired me. I am honored to have the opportunity to work by your side.
It's always a pleasure to share scientific and medical knowledge with someone eager to learn. I'll be glad to help you if I can.
This epidemic may be the century's most terrible disaster, but I'm convinced that we, as doctors, are the only ones able to defeat it.
I based my technique on my mentor's research. He helped me perfect my method. What is yours?
I'd rather not talk about it. For now, it's just theories and first approach. My process is purely experimental and unsuccessful.
As long as you're cautious and methodical, you may remain empty-handed, but you won't fail.
You're not the first one to warn me, but I am convinced knowledge is the main weapon against the ravages of this epidemic.
What can you tell me about the Pembroke?
Well, it has always been an honor to
Ой, блядь, как сколько тут диалогов, больше, чем в Ведьмаке, ей-богу, блядь.
Think of a better opportunity to learn about blood transfusion.
Do you need help with anything in particular?
Well, yes, maybe.
I'm waiting for a batch of products I ordered for my personal research, yet my supplier seems to have vanished.
Do you want me to play the errand boy for you?
Oh no, Dr. Reed. But if you went personally to his shop, what with your reputation and all, he wouldn't dare to refuse the products I need.
I see. Well, give me the address, for I may pass by if I have time. You seem quite optimistic. It's a rare and precious attitude in these difficult times.
I'm convinced that this epidemic is a test of endurance and dedication for us men of science.
Questions remain about our capacity to resolve the situation.
True. Last summer, during the first wave of the epidemic, I used to joke with Milton about the extra work. We're not smiling now.
What do you think of Dr. Ackroyd's aversion to modern medical methods?
It's a shame he's so narrow-minded. Dr. Swansea taught me that science is about exploring uncharted territory. I'm convinced that's true.
With the influenza and all that's going on, you should put your differences aside, don't you think? Why is it so difficult to work together?
I believe that if Dr. Ackroyd had been the one to discover the transfusion process, he would be the first to recommend its use.
So you believe it's just a question of jealousy and pride?
Dr. Ackroyd is as proud as he is blinded by his obsolete concept of medical science.
Tell me more about your willingness to experiment with new medical techniques.
Harvey Fiddick is a patient suffering from a severe injury that could cripple him if not treated correctly. I'm convinced your blood transfusion technique could help him.
What is it you really want? To save him, or to prove your point?
Fair question. I want nothing but to save my patient, Dr. Reed. Especially since I know Mr. Fiddick's story.
Tell me Mr. Fiddick's story.
Our first diagnosis was compromised because Mr. Fiddick lied to us about the real origin of his injury. He first claimed it was an accident.
But why would he hide such crucial information from us?
Because he is a proud father, ashamed of putting his children at risk because of his own negligence.
This personal involvement could also appear to be a lack of impartiality.
После Dark Souls тут вообще неимоверное количество диалогов.
I agree. But that does not excuse Dr. Ackroyd's behavior. A man who did not even take time to converse with his patient.
Do you think keeping his distance was a mistake?
All I know is that I'm taking care of human beings with desires, hopes, and fears. Not some biological machine comprised of blood, bones, and flesh.
Goodbye, Dr. Strickland.
Бля, еще и с этой пиздеть. Бля, он со всеми может пиздеть. Да ну нахер, это... Офигенный кадр. 10 из 10. 10. Да я, если бы был этим оператором, так бы снимал фильмы.
How would you describe the situation at the Pembroke Hospital?
It's serious. The flu is wreaking havoc amongst the staff.
You must get up.
Sorry, I'm exhausted.
Nurse Hawkins, the Spanish flu won't last forever.
I wish I could believe you. But what if this...
How is the Pembroke staff?
Well, not well. Milton, the ambulance driver, is he...
Why is Milton
Milton's not the kind of man who's bothered about a bad reputation. Whether he...
Why does Milton dislike...
I don't know. Just ask him.
How long have you been in...
Or long enough to see that the epidemic is winning.
You'd be surprised what dedication can achieve.
Sorry, Doctor.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins.
Ужас, ужас. Просто миллион НПЦ. И со всеми можно пиздеть. Да ну нафиг, и с этой можно попиздеть. И с этим можно попиздеть. И с этим можно попиздеть. Бля, это игра на миллион часов.
Good evening, Mr. Hampton. How do you feel?
Dr. Reed, is it? Oh, sir, I must apologize for my behavior.
What do you mean?
I was not myself in the factory. Fear and exhaustion made me say awful things to you, I'm afraid.
You remained perfectly nice and polite. A little delirious, perhaps. But who wouldn't be after...
Thank you, Doctor. That's a relief. Now all I need to do is...
How did you end up in William Bishop's den?
I had received alarming news about his recent behavior. I went to his place and he refused to let me go.
You dared to enter this awful place alone. You're a hero, Mr. Hampton. Or a fool.
I'm just a man trying to help his friends, Dr. Reed. William Bishop was a conflicted soul, searching for light.
Why did he abduct you?
William was an alcoholic. His addiction suddenly changed to blood. I don't know why. Just like a patient I met here. This Miss Hawcroft.
Do you know Tom Watts? The bartender from the Turtle? I met him before I found you in the canning factory.
Tom? Yes, of course. Always the helping hand, good old Tom. Without men like him, corruption and despair would have wiped out the East End long ago.
Who should I avoid in this part of town, then? Any particularly evil figures?
Not really. Most men and women are just doing their best. And it's not my habit to speak ill of people I know, Doctor.
People are still in despair.
How could it be otherwise? The authorities have left us all to rot in this contagious nightmare. No drugs, no advice, nothing. It's a damn shame.
What is the general situation in the East End?
Андрюха, ты еще тут не уснул?
The situation has always been tough, with a lot of tensions between the gangs and the Dockers trade union.
У меня глаза уже закрываются. Я хоть полноценно выспался, больше 8 часов спал, но эти диалоги прям жестко выматывают.
Has the gang been threatening you?
Ah, no. I've had this nickname for so long, you know, the sad saint of the East End. No one dares to bug a saint, not even criminals.
Who leads the gang now?
Since Cox went missing, it's his wife Edwina who runs the show.
Я вот сижу вот с таким ебалом, вот так вот, и клацаю. Сижу и клацаю. Куча беспонтовых, миллионов диалогов, но не прослушав их все, я какую-то загадку не разгадаю. Не знаю, зачем мне эта загадка. Блять, вы священник, почему вы не применили крест? Сейчас.
Why didn't you use your cross against William Bishop? To repel him somehow?
That's a very strange question, Doctor. A cross is no magical token, if that's what you were trying to say. Not mine, anyway.
Are you a priest, Mr. Hampton? A deacon, maybe?
Not at all, Doctor.
You're a priest?
I'm just a man of faith, willing to preach the good word.
How do you feel, Mr. Hampton?
Вот ты, Андрюха, не считаешь, что перебор с диалогами в этой игре? Прям лютый перебор. Прям миллион НПЦ, и со всеми можно попиздеть? Точнее, надо попиздеть, получается.
You're in good hands here. Dr. Swansea is well versed in blood transfusion, and I'm sure he'll take the best care of you.
Thank you, sir.
Я уже забыл, как драться в этой игре с этими диалогами. Ведьмак отдыхает.
Have you made friends since you arrived?
Not really. But I recognize Miss Harriet Jones. I knew her when she lived by the docks. That poor woman had such a miserable life.
You never came to see her here at Pembroke? Receiving visits when sick can be an important part of the healing process, you know. We're not just bodies.
You're preaching to the converted now, Doctor. To be truly honest, I thought she was dead. She left the docks many months ago.
Так, я уже все поспрашивал.
Goodbye, Mr. Hampton. We'll talk again later.
Ужас, ужас, ужас. Смотри, сколько тут пациентов, и со всеми пиздеть можно.
Good evening, sir.
Unless you're here to fix my face. No. I don't think you can help.
I'm Dr. Reed. I've recently taken the position of head...
You guessed right, Doctor. German shelled.
How is your stay with us, Mr. Elwood?
Oh, it's bliss. I just escaped death.
Can I ask you precisely why you're a patient here?
It's the pain, sir. The drugs don't work. It just hurt.
Can I do anything for your pain?
Nurses gave me a bunch of pills. No.
Who is treating you? Is someone in particular looking after your case?
Nobody since the old and tired doctor spoke to me. Started to think I was forgotten about.
You don't seem worried by that.
My face hurts so much more when I smile or cry. I've learned it's easy.
Where were you stationed, sir? Did you serve for long?
I really don't want to talk.
No offense. I was pushing too much.
You were an officer, weren't you? Then I doubt we fought the same war, sir.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Damn. The pain.
Good evening, miss. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon at the Pembroke Hospital. And who are you?
Your name has no meaning to me, mortal.
Смерть.
You're nothing but dust blown by the winds of eternity.
I beg your pardon?
What are you begging for, mortal? My clemency? Well, tonight maybe I'm inclined to mercy. You'll never forget the night you met Thelma Howcroft.
You keep calling me mortal. Why is that? And if I'm mortal, what are you?
Well, Dr. Reed, if you must know, I'm a vampire.
Попрощаться.
And why do you believe you're a vampire?
I don't need to believe anything. It is what I am. It is what I feel within this hollow shell of flesh.
Please, describe to me how you feel. What is it like to be a vampire?
I can hear my body crumble from the inside as my flesh cracks and fades. I sense the last pulse of postulant blood within my drying veins. I need new blood.
I see. Have you ever heard of Cotard syndrome, Miss Howcroft?
Never.
It's a mental illness discovered by a French neurologist named Jules Cotard. The affected patients are delusional. They believe that they are putrefying, that they are dead, a ghost or a ghoul, or in your case, a vampire.
Delusional, you say? Oh, sad and petty mortal. You can't even begin to understand the concept of immortality. And you think it is I who am delusional.
I'm assuming you must be a patient here. Am I right, Miss Howcroft?
It's only a cover. To hide from my enemies. I can leave whenever I want. As a woman, a spirit, fog, or bat.
Who are these enemies you mentioned? Can you describe them?
But I sense their eyes on me from nearby. I feel them watching me every time I visit the garden near the morgue.
The staff here are not your enemy. They're here to help you, to care for you.
I'm not speaking of the doctors in white. I'm speaking of the men and women who hunt me. For I am a vampire.
I see.
I'm vampire.
These people will not find you here. I'll personally make sure they leave you alone.
Thank you, mortal. But do not interfere with them, for you are no match for those that hunt me.
Okay.
Who are you really, Miss Howcroft? I mean, apart from being a vampire.
Is that not enough for you, puny mortal? What do you require? Proof of my powers?
I'm curious to know who you were before becoming a vampire.
It was such a long time ago, I don't remember. Centuries of unholy life can have strange effects on one's minds, you see?
I'll leave you, Mistress.
Ладно, чокнутая какая-то, идем отсюда.
Please, Jonathan, Come in. Fascinating, is it not? In the last decade, so many mysteries have been brought to light with our microscopes. The human body, biology's penultimate frontier. The more we explore its boundaries, the less we're able to trace a clear line between life and death. You, my friend, have a foot in both countries. The view must be vertiginous.
It's at least as vertiginous as chatting about vampires with you, I would say.
This must be all so new to you. This area of town, the hospital, a brand new life. How stimulating it must be.
I wish I could share your enthusiasm, Dr. Swansea. But my condition defies scientific categorization. Undead? Unalive? Immortality defies logic.
I cannot express my thrill at this serendipitous turn of events. The world's most eminent specialist in blood transfusions, a vampire. One might say a gift from heaven.
There is an absurd poetry to my situation. Physician, heal thyself.
Forgive me. I've been an admirer of your work for a long time, and now you are so much more than a brilliant physician. And please, call me Edgar.
I'm not some doe-eyed student, Edgar. I understand we both have something to gain from this relationship.
Very well. I have a task for you, Jonathan. Something that will require all your newfound skills.
Please, go on.
The Pembroke only survives through the generosity of our benefactors. Unfortunately, our main donor has found herself in a bit of a bind. Now, if you could help her out...
A spokesman or politician is what you need. That's not my calling. And until I come to understand what has happened to me, I require discretion.
Discretion is in order, Jonathan. Lady Ashbury has recently received rather indelicate correspondence that, if revealed, would jeopardize her position.
And you would like me to eradicate this threat?
By the stole, of course not. I would just like you to pay her a visit. Her ladyship is certainly near the tents outside, tending the sick. You can't miss her. Look for someone impossibly delicate.
Accepted. I'll see what kind of trouble Lady Ashbury is in.
Do you need something, Jonathan?
I have just a few...
Then ask away.
Вопросы. Когда они кончатся?
You mentioned something about a secret society. A brotherhood, if I recall. Could you elaborate?
Certainly. I've been a member of the Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole for several years. We are pledged to monitor and report vampire activity in England.
Yet you don't fear me.
And the Brotherhood has studied your kind for centuries. We believe you are as supernatural as a lion is to a gazelle.
That explains your nightly wanderings about the docks and the questions you ask.
I feel it wasn't mere coincidence that led us to that part of town. There was something as yet unseen that set those chain of events in motion.
Since I'm the one working for you, what should I know about Pembroke Hospital?
Well, for many years, we have been the only medical facility in this part of town that people can rely.
Where do we stand today?
Oh, to be honest, we cope on a day-to-day basis. The first wave of the Spanish flu last summer took us by surprise. We lack many of the basic necessities needed.
What do you expect of me?
What we need is hope. You were a soldier. This is a war. This white coat's still a uniform. We fight to help the poor, the sick of the East End, the forgotten.
The man we pursued and slew in the canning factory. William Bishop, I believe.
He was a Skald, technically speaking. The debate rages as to their classification. Some think them a subspecies of vampire, others something else.
How do Skalds come into existence?
The name means slave. The etymology may indicate that they are a lesser species of vampire. From what I know, vampires tend to despise them.
Just for clarity, what differences are there between myself and a Skald?
A Skald is easier to eliminate, Jonathan, even if they remain formidable foes for the unprepared. Vampires... Now, vampires exist beyond the mortal realm.
Since you seem quite the expert on vampires, what could you tell me about my condition and how it came about?
As men of science, our first step is always to start with what we know.
The sun. The morning following my transformation. Its rays burned me. There was pain, smoke, and my skin blackened.
You will find there is very little that can kill a vampire, my friend. You have been offered relative immortality. The sun will most certainly hurt you, leaving you weakened and damaged, but it will not destroy you.
Must I take a life to live?
You are a vampire. You feed, and blood is the sole sustenance that can sustain your immortal frame. And only a living creature contains the nourishment you require.
We'll see each other again.
Да. Поперли. Надо уже поиграть в харе. Пиздёж слушайте. Я 6-й, да? Чё качаем? Чем больше вы убиваете, тем опаснее.
It's locked.
seeing me will not further your agenda, sir. How long
Ёбаный,
does it
на...
take to fix me properly? A month?
The flu took my dear wife, Emily. I take comfort knowing we'll soon be together again.
Mr. Rainfield, that's no way to talk. You're in good hands here, and we'll be up again soon enough. Now do me a kindness and get some sleep. I'll be back round later.
Your words are kind, the blessings of an angel. You're the sweet, sweet Lady of Mercy.
Good evening, Dr. Reed. It's a pleasure to see you again. You seem surprised. Dr. Swansea has brought me up to speed concerning your recent appointment to Pembroke Hospital.
You're a the lady who saved me that night, before vanishing into thin air. I remember you from the pub with Dr. Swansea.
Indeed. Allow me to introduce myself formally this time. My name is Lady Ashbury. I remember you well, in spite of the brevity of our encounter.
So it seems our Dr. Swansea does indeed have a fascination for creatures of our constitution.
Dr. Swansea is a remarkable man. Dedicated, one might say, obstinate? He spent years compiling our bestiary.
I hope you're more disposed to answer my questions now.
You must have countless questions, but our rather urgent matter first. Swansea has explained. My cover, if you prefer, has been compromised.
Pardon my boldness, your ladyship, but I have questions concerning this condition we share.
As a newborn, your hunger for answers is rivaled only by your thirst for blood. But the questions need wait.
I'm a scientist. My trade is in the deciphering of...
I will gladly answer every question you have, but first...
Dr. Swansea has commissioned me to be your agent in this matter. You could start by explaining what's amiss.
These past insufferable weeks, I've been the victim of extortion. I've made a first payment, but the blackmailer grows greedy. I must refuse his most recent demands.
If we're dealing with an ordinary criminal, surely you've the means...
As immortal tradition doth dictate, all fangs and...
Who would be so foolish as to threaten you? A kindred spirit.
Even if it were the case, and I highly doubt it, a vampire would have asked for something more valuable than money. My suspicions lean toward a patient or their family.
Please continue. Every detail is essential. I'm your man.
My embarrassment in this matter is eclipsed only by my shame at having put the hospital at risk. The threat from our anonymous scoundrel is clear. A list of dates. My visits coinciding with the dates of suspicious patient deaths due to massive blood loss.
Is it true?
Now aren't you the blunt one?
We both are afflicted with a thirst for blood, Lady Ashbury. That is our nature. By vocation, we also have reason to visit the hospital. Logic dictates.
In all honesty, I'm not simply a patron to the hospital. My visits serve a dual purpose. Dr. Swansea has been treating my condition with a revolutionary technique of blood transfusion. It seems you are a specialist in the domain.
I'll take care of it. Do you know where I should start?
If that was the case, I'd settle the matter myself. You could talk to our local gossip, Harriet Jones. Not a pin drops here without her hearing about it.
I'll meet that woman now.
My life, as others know, is in your hands, Dr. Reed. I'm sure of your discretion, but I do fear your powers of persuasion will be put to the test. When this is resolved, I'll be your obligé. I'll answer all questions in regards of your condition.
Я ж с ней уже говорил.
What is this? Who are you? Get out of my room.
There's no need for alarm, madam. I'm Dr. Reed, the new surgeon.
Preposterous. Dr. Reed, you say? I don't want some bumbling intern. Where's Dr. Swansea?
Please, calm down, madam. I assure you that I am highly qualified. I'm just back from war duty.
How brave. Threatening an old defenseless woman. You know how long I've been a patient here? You've picked the wrong fight. I'm Harriet Jones.
Harriet Jones? Indeed. I've been meaning to have a chat with you. You know what goes on here better than any other patient, I gather.
Better than any patient, nurse, or doctor. I've seen so many vile undertakings.
I heard there have been some despicable goings-on. Was there a case of blackmail?
Blackmail? Wait. You're investigating something. This isn't a social call. One of those incompetent cunts slit a poor sod's vein.
I assure you, madam, this is not an investigation into a possible medical error.
Debauchery, then? Nurses Crane, Hawkins, Brannigans, whores, all of them. They can't keep their legs shut. I've seen them scratching slutty sores.
Really? Well, if you have irrefutable proof, I'll not have the staff behaving in such a manner here.
This is your business, Doctor, not mine. But I swear one of the nurses is cavorting with some man on hospital hours.
Thank you for your time, Miss Jones. You've given me something to go on. See you on the next round.
The patients and staff might know something. I'll start my investigation with them.
Игра резко превращается в душнилу ебаную.
Go back home, idiots! Mine! I'll take it.
Идите, медсестры, ёбаные. Че, прикол такой? Куда они подевались? Куда я залез? Что за загрузка пошла?
Good evening, nurse. I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Swansea has already told us about you, sir.
Did he really? It's a good thing I wasn't hoping to keep up.
All members of staff have already read about your...
I see. Well, I'm a little surprised.
You must know, blood transfusions are Dr. Swansea's primary subject of research.
Have you seen a strange man visiting any of the nurses here?
I've never heard of such a thing, Doctor.
Have you seen a strange...
I've never heard...
How often?
Not good.
An invisible enemy. Quite a
Sorry, Doctor. These last few weeks have been exhausting. We could have...
Ладно, блин, не хочу со всеми уже писать, я заебался.
Goodbye, nurse.
Simpletons, these nurses. Bred with no respect.
We may lack the resources, but we have some of the most
Good evening, Nurse Hawkins.
Good evening, Dr. Reed.
What can you tell me about the strange man visiting one of the nurses during her shift?
Let me guess. You spoke with that old shrew, Harriet Jones. Do not pay attention to her, Doctor. She's full of fanciful tales.
She could have been telling the truth about the mysterious man.
That old witch will end up in hell soon enough. Who cares if a nurse finds some happiness where she can?
No matter how you feel about her, Miss Jones deserves our help.
Who says I don't care for her? Hate is what keeps that old crone alive.
Goodbye, Nurse Hawkins. It's locked, all right.
I will not let you down, my boy.
Где эта третья медсестра? Вот это она?
Good evening, nurse.
Good evening.
Я уже
Goodbye.
с ней общался. Да где они тут жамкаются? Непонятно.
No one is here. Relax. Don't worry, we're safe.
Лешка, нажмите В, чтобы активировать чутье. Если горожанин ведет себя подозрительно, на сердце будет светиться по-особому. Посмотрите.
Please, sir. I need help bad.
What's going on?
I'm Blight, sir. Newton Blight.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Oswald.
How long have you been searching for?
I can't go there. Too many rats.
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Blight. Many soldiers. Where?
He went out.
What can you...
His name is Oswald.
What can you...
I'm Oswald.
This is...
We were...
I have all...
Thank you.
No one is here. Relax.
Ну и чё, как мне...
Don't worry, we're safe.
Oswald. Can't just die like this.
Как мне к ней попасть?
We're safe. No one is here. Relax.
What's that do? What's that do? This isn't even my neighborhood.
Да ебать, сколько вас тут повылазило? Ебануться, вы что, прикалываетесь?
Watch it! It's a killer! Back in the grave! Put an end to it! Back in the grave!
Так, как мне к ним спуститься?
Relax. Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe.
Как мне, блядь, попасть туда? У меня бред какой-то.
Have you found Oswald?
Not
all right.
Do you need medical attention, sir?
No thanks, sir.
I have all...
Thank you. Relax.
Что-то не понимаю, как попасть мне к ней, блядь, на корабль. Тут дверь закрыта-то. Через дома. Я же тошнит от...
I cannot enter.
Ужас какой-то.
I'd step back, sir. Don't come no closer.
Вот бы кто подсказал мне, что делать надо. Я вообще вах. Максимально не знаю, что делать.
Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe. No one is here. Relax. Don't worry, we're safe.
Я не знаю. Может, игра забагалась или что? Я не знаю, что мне делать.
We're safe. No one is here. Relax. Don't worry, we're safe. No one is here. Relax.
Have you found Oswald?
No.
All right.
Where was your friend the last time?
He went down by the canal. He didn't want to go to the hospital. I think he went to the sewers on purpose.
What can you tell me about...
His name is Oswald Thatcher.
I have all the...
Thank you.
Кто подскажет, кто расскажет, что мне делать? Вообще не понимаю.
It's locked, all right.
What must I do? This isn't even my neighborhood. Relax.
Почему дверь закрыта? Как ее открыть-то?
Don't worry, we're safe. Don't worry, we're safe.
Не понимаю.
Pembroke is so lucky to have Dr. Reed, you know. I met him in New York once.
If only there were more of us.
I wish I could say the same.
Пойду дополнительно сделаю, пока тут не ясно, что делать.
Steady, boys! We've got one of them here! He's dead! Christ, he's dead!
Пиздец.
Crush the leech, boys! He's dead! Let's finish it! Come out, you coward!
О, часть обычной рукояти сделал. Еще одна штучка нужна, я меч прокачаю. — 20 метров. Да.
saddens me to know you can't.
Good evening, sir.
Who the fuck are you? Don't you see I'm...
Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, some fancy gentleman we've got it.
So you won't tell me your name, then?
The name is Booth Digby. Maybe I'll...
What can you think? Well, you're not...
Yeah,
more...
Ink.
Are you... So you're a... So, well...
Oi!
Goodbye.
Вообще не понимаю, куда идти. Вот больница, как в нее попасть? Вот 14 левел, я 8. Прикалываетесь? Он что-то знает. Он меня видит. Ах ты, сука. Ебать накинулись. Запиздили. А чё их так много? Я видел только одного, потом максимум двоих, а их трое. Лоханулся, что они кровь видят. Ну, тут. Стелс мой. Далеко меня откинуло. А, нормально, в принципе. Так. 14 левел, я 8. Что за хит Гриффин 16 левел? Что происходит? Куда я попал вообще? Бля, натекать. ХП нет. Какие жесткие ребята. Походу, я сюда рано пришел. Я 8, они, бля, 16. Какие тут долгие загрузки. Ладно. Проблема в том, что у меня крови нет, просто чтобы заебашь. Может так придется забайтить его, давай. что происходит? Иди нахуй. Да нет, это нереально какой-то. Слишком перекачанные чуваки. Попозже сюда придем. Да, возвращаемся. Ну, прикол в том, что я сюжетку не могу выполнить. Ой, блядь.
Speak English! It's an inch! Kill it! Murdering bastard! I'll take his head!
Боже, сколько вас тут? Все порезались. Еще раз, слежка. Нажмите В, чтобы активировать чутье. Если горожанин ведет себя подозрительно, его сердце будет садиться под особым. Посмотрев на горожанина, вы разблокируетесь.
You're sure you don't come back with me?
Nah, I ought to see someone at the hospital.
Be careful. You look so bad they may keep you as a patient.
Fuck 'em. I don't like hospitals or doctors.
Well then, when you go back to Whitechapel, you may find this useful.
What is it?
A pass for a free medical exam by the best nurse available. Just read it.
I don't read well, but thank you, I guess.
This man has been savagely attacked and dragged to the floor.
Как тут подкрадываться? Почему он как долбоеб вот так делает? Управление. Удерживать Q ходьба. Серьезно? Реально Q удерживать. Ну и управление, конечно. Надо было на геймпаде играть.
Are you injured, sir?
Help me get out of here. I need to get out.
I'm Dr. Reed, and I'd be glad to help you, but you must calm down first. Please, take a deep breath and tell me your name.
Okay. I'm Oswald Thatcher. Please, I need to get out.
Чё все такие борцы в этой игре?
Newton sent me to help you. Do you remember him?
Yes, I do.
Good. Now leave this place and enjoy the cool night air. It's quite invigorating. I'm sure you'll feel better if you do.
Ромдом. Так, забрать громилу из канализации. Я в канализации? Какого громилу достать-то? Я ж в канализации или где я, блядь?
I can't believe I'm doing this. What sort of creature is this?
Да, ты зараза, как ты достал? Какой он живучий.
Here's what's left of him.
Купон сестры Крейн. Если вы больны, если у вас нет денег, неважно кто вы, неважно откуда, обращайтесь за помощью к Дороти. Никакого обмана, никакой платы, никаких вопросов. Просто найдите дом Дэриуса Перского и покажите этот купон.
Some voucher for a free checkup in Whitechapel.
What is Nurse Crane up to? I really must find her.
Я хотел крысу съесть, он тпшится. Дай крыску съем. Крыска, крыска, иди сюда. Игра среднячок. Ниже среднего, даже, я не знаю. Слишком душит диалогами беспонтовыми. Причем диалоги не такие, как в Ведьмаке. Да, беспонтовые. Ну и геймплей какой-то такой. Изишный какой-то. Ты кто такой? Тебя тут не было. Ой, блядь. Отстаньте. Куда мне идти надо? Сюда. Вот так вот. Надо что ли выносливости подкачать? Выносливости не хватает. Ой-ой-ой, ты прям жесткий, да, чувак? Бля, в кого он стреляет? Я сейчас... Нет, он меня заебашит. Все пошло не по плану, когда чувак что-то не захотел закушаться. Я в стелсе подхожу, он не ест и не хочет есть. Подзаруинил этим моментом. Так, где я оказался? Интересно, когда я умираю, вообще что-то теряю, нет? Отстань. Ой, ёбаный в рот. Так, чувак, давай без меня. Блядь, чуваки, там вас оборотень ебет. Чего это меня доебались? Нормально. Технично сбагрил. Не могу понять. А, все.
It's locked.
Угу. Что делать? Дверь заперта.
It's locked, all right.
Давайте. Я убью победителя. Так уж и быть. На мужика делить. Ох, красиво, красиво. Ну ты, конечно, четкий чувак. Оборотень всех Солянова заебаш. Так, это я пойду сюда. Это я пойду сюда. Но мне-то сюда надо. Как мне сюда попасть-то? Ёпта. И сюда. Вот так вот. И налево. По сути, мне вот сюда надо. Но сюда я не могу попасть. Закрытый ж. А, уже открыто. Надо было просто подраться. Ужас.
Whitechapel. This neighborhood is linked somehow to the kind Lady Ashbury's blackmail. First, let's find this Petrescu fellow.
Are you all right?
The bastard hit the wall next to me. I don't even know if he meant to miss. If name's Albert, remember it. Now.
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the
Never heard of her. She's pretty.
What happened?
Hey!
All right. Perhaps the poor drunk just confused you.
Sod off, mister. You ain't got no clue what's going on here.
It's true. I'm not familiar with this part of it.
I said sod off.
Goodbye, young man.
Me? I'll not die in some piss-stinking alley reeking worse than a week-old lappy.
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir. Are you interested in a miraculous cure?
Actually, I am.
Then you have come to the right place. The famous Swanborough cordial is all you need to help keep you in perfect health.
Oh, really? Why didn't I hear about it during my studies? I'm Jonathan Reed, by the way. Dr. Jonathan Reed.
Ah, my brother has spoken of your research, sir. I'm Loretta Swanborough, and it's always a pleasure to meet a fellow healer.
I'd like to see what kind of medicine you're selling.
А где мои деньги? А, 140. Да, купим.
When science fails you, this elixir...
Good evening.
Tell me, who intrigues you most?
The region itself is something to see, but I would say...
What do you think of them?
most of them are afraid or desperate. They all...
Is there anyone I should avoid?
Cadogan Bates, without a doubt. The bloody bastard, remorseless...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital? I'd like to know more about her.
I don't like to talk about competition.
Competition, you say?
Never met her, but it seems she provides some sort of medical care to the poor. The whole thing has to be some sort of scam, if you ask me.
Goodbye, Miss Swan.
What do you want? Leave me alone.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I'm looking for Nurse Dorothy Crane.
There is no Dorothy Crane here. Now goodbye.
I'm afraid this medical leaflet says the opposite, sir.
Really? Well, I'm afraid I'm going to close this door right now. Go bother someone else, Mr. Doctor.
To enter that house, I must discover who this man really is. Maybe I could start by observing what he's up to.
Дверь выломать не алё?
There's nobody here. I cannot enter.
Я вообще не понимаю, что игра хочет от меня.
A strange man was at the door with a pass for our medical facility. I refused him entry.
Darius, how could you know he didn't need our help?
His clothes were too finely tailored to be for Whitechapel.
Perhaps just a friend of that stray poet who is always about.
Richard Nithercott? No, not of the same cloth, this man. I suspect some machination from that journalist.
Clayton Darby. Is he still asking questions?
Yes. I saw him drifting around St. Mary's Church. I swear he is tracking me just downwind.
I must talk to that journalist or the poet. They must know about Darius. Nearby the church they just mentioned.
Cheap price, good quality. Come on, take a look. Don't be afraid. Welcome, sir. Please, take a...
I am Dr. Reed.
Doctor? Interesting. I'm Barry...
Right then.
Бать, ну и цены дорогие.
Forgive my interruption.
Do not apologize, my son.
I am Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I just...
A scientist? You are...
Do you know Nurse Dorothy Crane from the Pembroke Hospital?
I don't like the liberal ideas of nurses, but I especially abhor that Nurse Crane you mentioned.
Why do you hate Nurse Crane more than other nurses?
Before coming to London, she was a member of the communist resistance in her country. That's what happens when you let a woman get involved in politics.
So you're not exactly a fan of Florence Nightingale's work. But nurses are essential for modern healthcare.
Nuns should be the only women allowed to take care of male patients. It's obvious only they have the necessary moral fiber.
What do you mean when you say that I am more lost than you thought?
All scientists are entangled in a world of causes and consequences, and most of them can't see the plain truth.
Quite a judgmental opinion, if you ask me. But what do I know? Blinded by science as I am.
But you are seeking answers, aren't you? Answers about the Armageddon about to strike the city. Answers about the hidden truth.
I am. But the answers I seek are based on facts, not superstition. Would all quite
Well, you...
Well, I suppose I can spare a few minutes listening to your so-called truth.
As a doctor, you must be aware of the decimating epidemic. But let me tell you that this so-called Spanish flu is just the beginning of the end.
What do you mean?
The beast is finally revealing itself, corrupting the flesh and the heart of men. With my own eyes I have seen them, those minions from the abyss.
Really? And what would be your answer to this biblical threat?
We must fight the disease before this legion outnumbers us. But not with scalpels and microscopes. No.
What is left then?
Cleansing fire.
Tell me, Tobias, what exactly is your plan concerning the cleansing of this city?
God will recognize his own. More than once this city has risen from the ashes, hardened and purified by the flames.
Purification by fire has proved useful, but where do you stop? Burn the clothes? The buildings? The corpses? Worse?
Your lack of faith is predictable. But my task is to convince rational minds like yours to see the light. This is God's will.
You're mad and dangerous. You're nothing but a soulless butcher. A small-time Torquemada. The Savonarola of Whitechapel.
My son, if you think salvation is a free gift, go listen to the lies of that pompous fool, Joseph.
Joseph, a fool?
Vicar Larrabee of St. Mary's Church. While he continues preaching his fraudulent redemption, more and more people die in the streets.
I have heard enough for tonight. Goodbye.
Excuse me, sir. Are you familiar with this part of town? Name's Clayton Darby, reporter.
Sorry, I'm new to Whitechapel. But perhaps you could help me since you're a journalist. My name is Jonathan Reed.
Dr. Reed, the famous surgeon. I'll gladly help if I'm able, sir.
Why are the newspapers keeping silent about the Spanish influenza? It's as though none of you care.
There's a war going on. People shouldn't be demoralized by news of deadly diseases.
I served in France. Our top priority must be to put an end to this butchery. This war must stop now.
Sir, streets are a battlefield too. An invisible and untold war.
What is a journalist doing in this borough after sunset?
He goes where none of his colleagues would dare to go, to inform the country.
So you risk your life to reveal the truth. I saw many reporters do the same during the war.
Whitechapel is the crucible of so many untold stories and tragedies. I want people to know them.
That's quite honorable of you. But is the public interested?
Not at all, sir. And that's why I'm an independent journalist, hoping to sell some stories.
Have you any idea of the danger you face in these streets at night?
I've had to run and hide more than once from frenzied mobs incensed by the fever. Do you think the flu is really responsible for this, Doctor?
I must confess, some of my rational views have been shaken by recent events.
I'll remember to stay away from the district's roughest streets then.
I heard you're investigating an underground medical dispensary in Whitechapel. What do you know about it?
Not much, I'm afraid. They are wary of strangers, and I'm not really an acquaintance of theirs. Why do you care?
I'm a doctor, Mr. Darby. I care about everything involving public health and this epidemic.
Are you sure you're not just concerned about the repercussions that a scandal involving a certain Nurse Crane from the Pembroke Hospital would bring?
Without a doubt, you are a damn fine journalist, Mr. Darby. What do you know of her accomplice, a man named Darius?
I don't know much about the man. He's very cautious. Never goes out. Doesn't seem to have any friends or family.
He never goes out?
No. A few days ago, he unexpectedly did. I followed him, but it was just a ruse to keep me away from his house.
Really? How do you know?
He went to the nearest mailbox, but just before posting his letter, he ripped it up and threw it away.
He has no relatives at all?
No. Except for that strange man, a poet named Richard Nethercott, who sometimes comes by. Darius would never let him in.
Where can I find this Mr. Nethercott?
He spends most of his time lurking around Whitechapel, talking to himself or declaring verses. These days, you can usually find him behind the church.
Goodbye, Mr. Darby. Farewell.
Ужас. Задания растут просто на глазах.
The content of Darius' letter to his children could give me more leverage to enter.
It's locked, all right.
Так, как мне попасть туда? Персонаж прыгать не умеет. Пу-пу-пу-пу-пу-пу. А как мне сюда попасть-то? Эта игра очень жестко бы облегчила жизнь, если бы можно было прыгать. Подожди, может, можно прыгать, просто мне об этом не говорили. Да нет. Прыгать не умеет.
Unable to see the true horror around you.
Ты откуда высрался такой красивый? С выносливостью проблема. Блин, чё? Да, надо было на геймпаде играть. На мышке очень неудобно. Ты зараза.
Good evening, sir. I'm Dr. Reed. I would like to ask you a few questions.
Please be my guest. Although I may not be the best informant regarding this part of town, my words speak about that which the eyes cannot see.
Really? Are you an artist of some kind?
I'm a poet, sir. Richard Nethercott, at your service.
May I ask what you're doing at this hour of night, sir? Do you live here?
Not at all. I'm just enjoying the pleasure of a quiet walk. Though night talks are always preferable, if you ask me. Especially with strangers.
But are you not afraid of the epidemic?
Oh, why should I? I see some equity in the Spanish flu. No flesh should be saved, say the scriptures. Good or evil, rich or poor, all are equal in the eyes of the flu.
If you say so. But as a physician in a time of epidemic, I must caution you to avoid unnecessary exposure, sir.
Thank you, Doctor. But we both know the seeker of truth has to go boldly where the weak dare not.
Are you aware that your life could be in danger in this part of town?
But this is where I must be to feel the real beat of the city. I had to come, see it for myself, alone.
I understand your need for solitude, but it's not safe around here.
I don't care. I don't have many friends, Doctor, and my family despises me.
If some misfortune came upon you, who would be here to help you?
Well, you for a start, my dear Doctor.
What are your thoughts on the terrible situation in this city?
Terrible, you say? No. Of course, the death of so many innocents is a tragedy. But the scourge has not been all bad for the city. Oh, no, sir.
What are you talking about?
Do you remember London before the flu? Noisy, cacophonic, quiet nowhere to be found. And now, listen to this oddly peaceful silence.
Peaceful? That's quite an unusual way to speak about the epidemic. And very inappropriate, I must say.
Most people fail to understand my perspective. I don't blame them. But how could I call myself a poet if I veiled my feelings?
May I ask you a few questions about the district?
Extraordinary part of town, is it not? I'll be glad to help you, if I can.
I'm looking for Dorothy Crane, a nurse who lives in this vicinity.
Dorothy Crane. Oh, I love the name. The Crane of Whitechapel. Sounds very mysterious. But, sorry, no, never heard of her.
What can you tell me about an old man called Darius?
Darius Petrescu? Yes, I know him. At first, I thought he was only a small publisher. I invited him to publish my work, but his reaction was pretty clear.
Not interested in your talent?
Darius is an old political activist who takes delight in printing tracts and lampoons. Those communist activities only require mediocre writing skills.
I'll leave you alone, sir.
Сейчас попищу. Ой. Ой-ой-ой-ой, конечно, игра тяжелая для меня. Для кого-то она может слишком легкая, кажется, для меня тяжелая в плане эмоционально. Души. Я-то планировал просто побегать всех похерачить. Типа Бладрейна, я думал, будет только современно. А тут такая детективщина, надо всех расспросить, все обо всех узнать. Прям жестко, конечно. Ну, раз начал, уже пройду. Куда деваться? Но с нетерпением жду следующую игру. Это мультяшный Dark Souls. Он, думаю, должен зайти как не в себя.
Darius is a bit less of a mystery now. It should not be that difficult to incite him to let me in.
Левел надо подкачать, у меня же 2500 опыта. У меня есть где-то убежище рядом. Вот тут. В убежище сходим, так раз качнемся. Шесть обычной рукояти надо, если она пластина. Меч качать будем. Меч прикольная тема. Так, я хочу выносливость прокачать. Выносливости прям не хватает. Блядь, я ж хотел кровавое это качнуть. Сколько надо? 2000, блядь. Так, давай заберу. Как отменить? Да. Сейчас. кровь, давай сначала качнем. Потом уже наставит эту выносливость. Все, не хватит. Неплохо, неплохо. Да иди нахер.
Its effectiveness has been proven by many. Even the flu is no match for
Mr. Petrescu, just 1 minute, please.
You again? Go away.
Как мне второй уровень гипноза.
Sir, wait. Stop this nonsense. I know Nurse Crane is here. Shall we speak man to man, you and I?
All right. Speak up.
Don't you see we're on the same side? We fight to help the poor, sick, and abandoned.
I'm nothing like you, Mr. Doctor.
Yes, you are. You too believe in providing medical care without charge. You know what we have to sacrifice to make the world a better place.
I have to admit your words have conviction. All right, I'll let you see Dorothea. Don't make me regret this, though.
Сейчас обчистим старика.
If you want to talk to Dorothea, you must go.
We've not been formally introduced.
I am Darius Petrescu. I'm here.
So Dorothy's real name is not correct?
Like myself and many people in this area.
She seems important.
More than you can imagine. The West End does not want to...
Tell me everything you know about Camellia, the mute florist.
I do not believe in the afterlife, Doctor, but I'm almost convinced Camellia is an angel. She volunteered to give out our medical leaflets.
Are you not worried for her safety?
She is as brave as she is tough, and clever, too. If only I had met her when I was younger.
Are you in love with Camellia, Mr. Petrescu?
Don't be stupid. If I had met her when I was younger, we could have won our revolution.
Who is she, really? Do you know where she's from?
She's not from around here, that's all we know. Camellia is not even her name. It's her favorite flower.
You say she has no close family?
Well, there's that awful poet who constantly follows her around like a lost puppy. A good man for sure, but a very poor writer.
Do you have any family left, Mr. Petrescu? Children or grandchildren?
Who knows? I have abandoned my people for so long, they might as well be dead. As dead as I am for them, I suppose.
Don't be embarrassed, sir. If you must know, my own father disappeared many years ago, and I forgave him.
It's quite awkward to talk about our families like this, but thank you, Dr. Reed. I appreciate your trust.
This war won't last forever. Did you ever think of returning to your country now it's free?
No. I have taught strength and determination to my sons and daughters. I'm an old, dying man who only has memories of better times to cherish.
How did you meet Nurse Crane, Darius? Why does she trust you?
I'm her oldest friend in England. Dorothea and I share many ideas about this country and about the country we left.
You mean occupied Romania, don't you? Even if not directly, I fought against your enemies.
Really? Then perhaps you have more in common with Dorothea than meets the eye, Dr. Reed.
I know you fought for your country when it was occupied, Darius. Tell me more about it.
I know my days are numbered, and I know I won't see my homeland again. But I fought for Romania all my life, and I will until my last breath.
But Romania escaped the grasp of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. It's a free country again.
But it's not the country I fought for. My homeland is not appeased, Doctor. But I still see a dark future ahead for my people.
Goodbye, Mr. Petrescu.
Пойдем уже к этой Дороти.
What do we have here, nurse?
Patient Razvan Vasily, high fever running on 3 days. Complaints of dizziness, muscle aches, and head pain, diagnosed with influenza.
Treatment?
Aspirin and salicin for the fever and discomfort. Liquids for dehydration, but he's having trouble keeping even water down.
Aspirin and salicin, you say? Why not some warm milk and a kiss on the cheek? Where are the quinine salts?
Tried buying, borrowing, even stealing. There's none to be found, Doctor.
He's not convulsing, he's choking. He's not getting any air. Scalpel! Hand me that scalpel!
What can I do, Doctor?
I need to perform a tracheostomy. Short pipe. That rubber tube will do. We're going to cut a passage for air through the neck.
Yes, Doctor. He's breathing again, but he's coughing up blood.
Internal hemorrhaging. I need to make another incision into the chest cavity to drain the fluids from the lung. Prepare another tube.
A thoracostomy? Doctor, we've nothing to fight the infection. We need an aseptic environment.
Right then, Nurse Crane. What do you suggest we do?
I've no idea. I'm not the doctor.
Time is of the essence. We need to perform a thoracic drain.
Yes, doctor. He's still bleeding, doctor. I'm losing his pulse.
The drain must have punctured the intercostal artery. There's too much blood.
Are you all right, doctor?
I can't see. I must first suture the artery. Find the wound. The source of the blood.
Needle and thread, doctor.
Good. The stitches are holding. How's he doing?
We're losing him. We've lost his pulse. He's dying, doctor.
A dose of epinephrine, now.
Yes, doctor.
Умер, бля, не спас? Я не то понажимал, что ли?
We've lost the pulse. He's gone, doctor.
Nurse, we did everything we could.
Truly? Everything you could. Is that how you'll report this in your log? Is this how the war went? Piling up one poor corpse beside the next?
This was not an influenza-induced seizure. I've never seen symptoms like these on the continent.
Neither have I. But the previous symptoms leading up to this attack were the same, indistinguishable from the epidemic.
No. There was something more vile in these reactions. Something primitive.
There have been numerous reports of mental breakdowns caused by the fever that accompanies the flu itself, Doctor.
Yes, but... I'd best take some samples of the blood for analysis.
I doubt you're here to test my bedside manners. I suspect it was more than intuition alone that led you to us. So, how might I be of service, Dr. Reed?
I've come to put an end to this insufferable blackmailing, Dorothy.
Doctor, you think your warnings scare me? I've stolen and plied, blackmailed and lied, but what else am I to do? I'm all these people have.
But why Lady Ashbury? Why her, of all people?
She's pristine and proper, all right. But that she-wolf in sheep's clothing murders the poor for sport. I have her where she belongs, and I'll milk her for all she's got.
Dr. Swansea is a sensible and honest man. He wouldn't have refused your friend's care at Pembroke.
It's easy for you to say, Doctor. These people cannot go to the police, nor to the hospital. They don't even speak English. They depend on me for everything.
So, the end justifies the means. Is that your defense?
I know you're kind, Doctor. Just another fine-heeled, silver-spooned gentleman who was given the world on a platter. You know nothing of poverty. Nothing of the shame, the hunger, the loneliness.
You've convinced me of the sincerity of your actions and their noble justifications. But all the same, blackmail is a crime, and it will stop, Nurse Crane.
So, are you going to turn me over to the authorities?
No. Your place is here. Jailing you would be an even greater crime. So, here is my proposition. I'll look the other way on your little enterprise. In exchange, you will resign from the Pembroke Hospital and provide me with medical supplies when the need arises.
Dr. Reed! That sounds like a business proposition. My accomplice, then?
No, just a privileged client. My research may require the occasional rare piece of equipment or ingredient. I'll pay good coin in exchange, fair and honest, to help finance your noble endeavors.
We have ourselves a deal, Doctor. Good customers are always welcome.
Yes, Nurse Crane. We have a deal.
Получено достижение. Интервью с вампиром.
This one stinks already.
Human blood. Whoever left these marks did so deliberately.
Kill it, boy!
Бля, как же неудобно мышкой управлять, если честно. Да ёбаный в рот. Как же на мышке неудобно играть. Но переучиваться же на геймпад не хочу. Что за хуйня? Да, он бил мне каст. В 18, да ну нахуй. Че, ебанутые? Как я его убивать буду? Он сам напинал? Блять, ну ладно. Бля, ебать, он просто разваншотал меня как урса. Дочь. Это... Знать бы как скипать оружие, я чуть не вообще не догоняю. Вапать точнее. Сейчас настройки посмотрим. Блин. Здесь. С. На С менять. Ой, я семья откинула. Fuck this.
I would ask you to avert your eyes, sir. Or did you not know it was rude to stare?
I knew it.
Speak up, Dr. Reed. I like a man who speaks his mind.
Hiding your true appetites behind a facade of compassion. Bravo. Very clever indeed.
Spare me your sarcasm, Jonathan. You are but newly born in this world.
So in the end, the accusation was true, wasn't it?
The situation is somewhat awkward nonetheless. I have not been observed sustaining myself for many decades. I have to say I'm a trifle embarrassed.
Anyway, I have concluded my inquiries concerning your blackmailer.
I see. Please excuse my agitated state. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let anyone see me in this condition.
I must confess I have not put an end to the blackmail, my lady. Unfortunately, I could not bring myself to do it.
I'm so disappointed in you, Jonathan. I didn't expect this from you.
Lady Ashbury, you yourself admitted how ridiculous the sum of money was. I can assure you it was all used for charitable ends.
Well, you are full of surprises, aren't you, Jonathan? All right, say I trust you, but you will still pay the ransom. That is only fair. After all, it was you who failed to bring this problem to a satisfactory conclusion.
I believe I could agree to that.
And since a lady always keeps her promises, I will now answer any questions you may have.
Why does Dr. Swansea allow you to feed on the patients of the hospital?
Dr. Swansea is a good and compassionate man. He is trying to find a solution for our hunger. Until that happens, he is clever enough to understand that I only feed upon the dying.
What do you know about this Brotherhood of St. Paul's Stole?
The Brotherhood is well known amongst London vampire society. As long as our kind is discreet, and as long as they do not interfere, we have come to a mutual understanding.
And no one suspected you of the murders?
As you well know, suspicion has recently fallen on me of killing for pleasure. But you have my word, Jonathan. I take no pleasure in taking a life.
I know this is beyond the pale, but may I inquire your age?
Really? And I thought you were gentlemen. If you must know, I'm 27. I've been 27 for a long time now, and 27 I shall remain.
And who bestowed upon you this eternal youth?
My maker. He left this isle a long time ago.
Very well. But I believe there is more to this than you are saying.
A lady has to have some secrets.
Why did you save me in the canning factory?
I could hardly stand by and watch such a promising young blood as yourself be torn to shreds by some gutter scowl.
William Bishop wasn't the vampire that created me then?
No, Jonathan. Whatever their strength and demeanor, Scowls are the progeny of careless vampires. It cannot be the other way round.
What type of vampire is a Scowl?
Not a true vampire. The deformed offspring of lesser vampires. It is a shame these creatures run wild, slaves to their baser instincts.
I've been away from London and England for 3 years. This isn't the city I remember.
Things have gone from bad to worse here, Jonathan. I've lived in this city for a long time, and I've never seen it like this.
The Spanish flu has hit London that bad.
Yes, but it's not just that. I've heard things. Things I've not heard for a very, very long time. There are whispers in the shadows. Something far worse than the Spanish flu is here in the city.
What is it you fear?
Fear has long since flown this form. But there is something malevolent circling us. I feel fear is merely waiting in the wings.
Are there many vampires here in London?
Immortals are of a rare breed, and we often tend to hide. But you may occasionally meet some of us at night.
Will they all be as affable as you, my lady?
I do not see why not. But remember, even the shark smiles before he bites.
That sounds like a lesson from experience.
Vampire politics are as intricate and sometimes tedious as a game of chess in a gentleman's club. I've learned from experience it is best to decline to play.
Do you know any of them? Have you an idea of the identity of the vampire who attacked me?
You mean your maker? No, Jonathan, I have no clue. But I fear he or she is as careless as cruel. To let you discover your new condition by yourself.
What do you mean?
Every now and then, you may discover an immortal in the deep of the night. But we are a rare and reclusive breed. Our progeny is almost never accidental.
When I awoke, changed, I was chased and attacked by vampire hunters. Prepared and well-trained.
Though I can't be certain, more than likely it was the once glorious Guard of Priwen.
Once glorious, but still dangerous.
They have seen better days, but all fanatics are dangerous. You would be wise to stay clear. They are sworn to destroy our kind.
You make them sound like some sort of cult.
More a society, and like all the best ones, a secret society. I thought them almost gone, but it seems they have been recruiting.
I've been hearing a voice talking in my head. Is this some kind of insanity? It feels like the voice of the vampire that created me.
Hush. Tell no one this. It would be unwise to talk of such things amongst British immortals. Speak no more of your maker.
How could this cause offense?
Only the powerful immortals can mentally call to their progeny. No vampire or hunter will sleep easy, knowing that an unidentified elder is stalking the streets of London.
Excuse my forwardness, but are you my maker?
Me? Goodness, no. Only a foolish immortal would create a progeny without taking precaution, and I'm no fool.
То есть я вампир, блядь, до него еще не дошло, что он вампир?
Why was I created and then left for dead?
That is a question only the one who made you can answer. It's not normal practice. I doubt even if you find him, he will answer you, considering how cruelly he treated you.
I'd like to avoid creating another vampire by mistake anyway. Tell me, how is it done?
The process is dangerous. It could even kill your potential progeny. If you did decide to sire an offspring, they must drink of your blood, Jonathan.
So me being a vampire could have been a mistake.
I very much doubt it, Jonathan. Contrary to the legends, it is not as simple to make another vampire by just biting someone.
A vampire?
Such a crude word, defined by penny dreadfuls and drunken hacks. No.
Are you?
Yes, I am. We are the closest thing to what man refers to as vamp.
So we are Ekons. How can I...
How to put it? All...
I bid you farewell. I must quickly analyze the blood I took from Nurse Crane's patient.
And I thought last summer's epidemic was difficult.
Good evening, sir.
I've already...
That's quite...
You can call me...
I'm not sure I understand...
Well, I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure a gun can't be used as a surgical instrument.
You have a keen eye. I learned to shoot during...
No need to explain, Dr. Reed. And if you ever need...
I'd like to...
Wise choice.
$315 монет-то, ёбан.
Good evening, Milton.
Good evening.
How
you want?
Are you?
But you keep.
Проскипаем.
It's
Yes.
You left.
Go there. It's a.
Why do you have such a mediocre reputation among your colleagues, Milton?
Fuck them. Nobody knows the horrors I've seen since working here. This city was sick long before the epidemic, Dr. Reed.
I know it's a difficult task, but correct me if I'm wrong. Is this not the job you are paid to do?
I've seen babies left to die while their brothers were properly fed. Underage girls and boys sold to all manner of perverts.
I'm sorry, I don't know what to say.
Yeah, exactly. We lack words. So excuse me if I...
Goodbye.
Ой.
Razvan Vasily was infected by Spanish flu, but also has the highly unstable blood of the Scowls. Is the London vampire epidemic transmitted through the flu? I should talk to Dr. Swansea about it.
Сейчас. О, сверхъестественное открылось. Почему состояние здоровья падает? Я что-то не так делаю, я ж никого не убиваю. Я, короче, вообще максимально не шарю, что происходит.
Evening, Edgar. Could I get your professional opinion?
Please speak. But I have something important to tell you.
This strain of flu, it's very different from the one I saw in Europe. It's downright peculiar.
Really? What makes you say that?
I've just looked at the blood of one of our recently deceased.
I see. Do you have anything more to go on?
This disease spreads and looks like the Spanish flu, but its effects differ greatly. The London strain is different from the continental one.
This is very interesting. Did you find something else?
Yes. Unlike the flu, the infected begin to show an increase in outwardly aggressive behavior. More than simple agitation. Once docile people become violent.
You mean like rabies? Is there a chance we could create a vaccine, Jonathan, like Pasteur? By the stove, that would be smashing.
There's a lot we're not seeing here, but it is spreading, and quickly. If we don't act, the whole city could be lost.
But Jonathan, we've a fantastic opportunity sitting right here in front of us. A weapon of choice.
What on earth do you mean?
Why, you, my dear boy. With your expertise and your blood, we could isolate the properties that course through your veins. Think about the possibilities.
I admit it did occur to me. Blood seems to be the common factor in all of this.
I totally agree. We're in uncharted territory here. Maybe it's just wishful thinking, but imagine the possibilities.
We'll discuss this more later. Thank you for your time.
No, thank you, Jonathan. But as I said, I needed to talk to you. I have some rather bad news.
Yes?
I'm afraid it's your sister.
My sister?
She's to be buried this evening at Whitechapel Cemetery. Your mother published the obituary this morning.
I see.
I'm sorry, Jonathan. Please accept my condolences.
I never thought I would have to attend my murdered sister's funeral. Mary, I can't forgive myself. I'll find the truth about what happened to us. I swear.
Налево, налево. Понятно.
See how fancy clothes? This one's a top!
Они все таки большого левела, не могу понять.
My dear sister, I don't know if I have the strength. Are you all right, miss?
I don't know. Who were those people? They wanted to kill me. What?
They've lost their minds in the epidemic. They won't come.
You seem to know a lot about them, sir.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
I am Xiaoxun. Thank you so much for...
Охереть. Иди ты нахер. Бля, сейчас тебя сожру нахуй. Что произошло? Блядь. Как он меня ваншотнул? Как у меня из стелса выбил это раз, как у меня ваншотнул-то два. Я вообще еще не догоняю в этой игре. Офигеть, аж отсюда? Да ну нафиг. Серьезно? Как тебя съесть? Да хватит, что ты огнем своим машешь. Ай, блин, извините, я не в ту сторону пошел. Сяси. Так.
Since I can't reveal myself to my mother now, I must find a discreet spot to attend the ceremony.
I am the resurrection and the life.
Сейчас, после пиздежа скажу.
Believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. We commend unto thy hands of mercy, most merciful Father,
Да. Только чисто из-за диалогов спать хочется, я ебал. Их слишком много. Прям дохуя, я бы сказал. Я уже заебался их слушать. Да и боевка такая себе. Короче, игра говно. 3 из 10 ставлю ей. Ну, до конца уже пройду. Сейчас 3-я глава сейчас идет, а их всего 7 вроде. Слишком много времени похерил на дополнительные разговоры, на всю херню. Я даже больше не буду дополнительно разговаривать. Чисто по сюжетке, наверное, пойду. Прям слишком душат эти диалоги, прям очень сильно душат. Мне интересно посмотреть на тех людей, которые все диалоги в этой игре переслушали. Со всеми НПЦ поговорили. Я-то рассчитывал на игру типа Blood Rain, типа буду бегать их ебашить, кровь сосать, хп восстанавливать, дальше ебашить.
Jonathan, there is nothing you can do but accept it.
What brings you here?
I thought you could use the company. I am so sorry for your loss, Jonathan.
She was a good person. Vibrant, full of life. She was kindness incarnate, my Mary.
You're a good person, Jonathan. And a young Ekon. A newborn cast into the night without so much as a candle to guide your way.
She had been scouring the most dangerous parts of London in search of me. And it led to her death.
Jonathan, don't.
I still hear her last thoughts. They echo in my head. Her mind shattered, and it haunts me.
Jonathan, stop. Listen carefully. You must come to terms with this. You must learn to live with what happened.
I'm learning. Every night is a new lesson. What I am, what I must do to survive. But my sister, she shouldn't have suffered because of my weakness.
Don't you see? You're doing the work of our enemies, feeding your remorse. We are weakest when we grieve, and the guilt blurs our senses.
And so this is why you're here. To warn me. You felt this pain yourself. You too have endured this.
I don't want to lose you, Jonathan. I've lost so many friends. Loved ones I cherished. Pray for Mary's forgiveness, if you must.
I'm not a religious man. You should know that.
This is not about you forgiving yourself. This is for her. This is you telling Mary how sorry you are.
What should I do then?
St. Mary's Church is not far from here. Go there and make your peace. Find the solace you need.
My lady wants me to confess.
No, Jonathan. It's you who wants to confess, I think.
off to church he goes, a newborn seeking divine consent to lick the blood from the soft and pointy crown.
Who are you? Make yourself known.
Newborn, you reek of guilt and pointless compassion. Shed your skin, forget your old weaker self.
What do you want from me?
Хуя себе, чувак какой.
Ascalon does not approve of lone wolves who bring unwanted eyes to our pastures.
So your name is Ascalon.
Выглядит внушающе, я его не потяну, если драться с ним.
Vampire law. Learn them, abide by them, or I shall return as your judge and jury.
These immortals try my patience with their plans and unsolicited counsel.
Бля, преподобный Кейн, он же стал зомбаком? Он же был нормальным чуваком. Андрюха, кстати, я научился ходить, знаешь, как в этой игре ходить? На Q.
Best be moving on. Best run along home, sir. Stay back, please. Get in.
Найн. Уйди нахуй. Нет, вопрос, почему, блядь, я такой маленький левел, почему они все такие большие всегда? Иди нахуй со своим крестом.
This man stunned me with his faith. His crucifix. This is not good news.
Over there! There's one of them vermin!
Ну, игра чисто под геймпад такая затачена, а я играю на клавиатуре с мыши. Просто не знала этого с самого начала. А теперь переучиться на геймпад не хочу. Тут прям все под геймпад заточено. На клаве с мышей очень неудобно играть.
Yes? What is it that you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you at such a late hour.
No worries, my son. I'm still quite awake, having just returned from a funeral.
Yes, I know. I've forgotten what I wanted. I don't know.
May I help you, child? You seem somewhat perturbed.
I haven't the strength to cross the threshold. I wish to pray, to cleanse my soul.
The church is shut by order of the bishop. But I'm still the vicar of St. Mary's, if that is any use to you, my son.
You seem to me a good soul, Vicar. But this is a personal matter.
There are no secrets from God, my son. If your heart needs comfort, consider me your chapel. For I can be as silent as stone.
I've words for one departed. They're not for living ears to hear.
Your eyes burn with rage, yet I see the pain that lies beyond. I am here to lighten the burden of all God's creatures. Whatever you tell me is between us.
Я как он же доебался.
Very well, priest. As you seem quite happy.
Open your heart, my son. Tell me what burdens you. With whom do you wish to speak?
Just know I cared for her.
You seem so troubled by the loss of this girl. What happened to her?
She was murdered.
I see. And how are you feeling, my son?
Да ты ж с такой задержкой пишешь, что правая, что я хуй знает. Ты думаешь, эти диалоги на что-то влияют? Я вот лично не знаю. Я понимаю, что не в этом.
She died because of me. How do you think I feel?
I have a final question for you, my son. This is of the utmost importance.
Ask your question, Vicar.
What would you like her to know?
Клянусь, это не я. Клянусь, это не я. Я найду виновных.
I'm so sorry, Mary. I promise to find who is responsible for all this. I'll put an end to this horror.
You have been heard, my son, and your burden will lighten if your words are sincere. Go in peace now and live your life in the way she would have wanted.
Интересно, этим проповедникам вообще самим в кайф это все слушать, что люди ноются, херню несут постоянно. Или они уже так на похую спрашивают, знаешь, чтобы ты там им не сказал, не ответил.
It does not concern God at all.
Ой, блядь, опять эти чоки. Почему, смотри, они 16, я 12. Да как это работает? Где мне опыта набраться? Мирных жителей хавать, типа, да, надо? За них опыта не дают-то, блядь. О, боже мой. Пизда. Надо пожрать вурдалака. Можно его пожрать? О, сука, какой вкусный! А, медвежатина! На. Да, блядь, иди нахуй. Ну, я стал уже посерьезней, да? Вампиры... Ну, это такие, понял, это... Вампиры-долбоебы без интеллекта. Такие слабачки. Я элитный вампир, а те пососы, вампиры-пососы. Их не жалко. Вот, видишь, там что-то ходят, шебуршат там. Блять. Как же вы мне дороги. Пошел нахуй отсюда. Ай, сука. Ай, ты мразь! Отъебись от меня. Я хочу так же, как они, прыгать на шею и кровь сосать. Почему я так не могу? Почему я только я должен нокнуть их, чтобы по крови пососать, либо это... В крысу подойти. Я хочу так тоже на плечи садиться так, и присасываться. Да, блядь, куда мне идти? Так, я здесь. Ой. А мне надо сюда. Налево, налево, налево. Сейчас. Налево, сюда. Прямо, прямо. Налево, налево. Кровушки хочу. Мне так нравится, что я выносливости себе накачал. Мне теперь выносливости ебучая куча. И на перехваты хватает, и на урон хватает, на все хватает. Ой, бля, опять этот священник, да иди нахуй. Я хочу убежать от вас, я не хочу с вами драться. Пошел нахер. Кто это? Это тот, кто меня обратил? Черт рогатый.
Made me this creature. What are you?
I am the land. You are our champion.
Riddles and rhymes. You took my life. Now you insult my mind.
Be stilled, my child. I bring understanding.
What is it you seek?
This age is sickly. An ancient poison, an older rage, brewed in a cauldron newly forged.
This has something to do with the epidemic.
Seek truth, my champion. Defeat the serpent of knowing with iron spur.
Я вообще не понимаю, о чем он говорит.
I've had enough of others making decisions for me, pretending to know how I should feel or behave.
So the vampire who made me is some sort of disembodied entity? Or was he just projecting this vision in my mind? Maybe Edgar can help me with this one.
God protect us. You've got a leech in the hospital.
Yes, my hospital. My mission is to heal while you go about warring.
You've set the table for a snake. I wonder why there's venom in your food.
I'm growing tired of your song. You're a woodsman, McCallum, not a doctor. Return to your hunt.
Remember, I've a good nose for machinations. I can flare the scent at a mile. You can't hide from the god.
Leave him, Jonathan. This is sacred ground. Neutral territory. And I just had the carpet cleaned. By the sacred stole, this is very bad news. Bad news indeed.
Мне почему-то кажется, вот этот Тони Старк, он злодей. С первых минут игры мне так кажется.
What happened?
The hospital has been attacked. We have injured patients, at least one dead and several missing. This has spiraled out of control. Even the most infirm are asking to be allowed to return home.
Are you worried about the situation or your reputation? Now is not the time to think of oneself.
Of course, you're right. But we cannot afford a public scandal. It would ruin us. We must restore order, and quickly.
You mentioned a dead patient. Who is he?
She, Jonathan. She was Miss Harriet Jones. I found her room like a slaughterhouse. Blood everywhere. The duty nurse is taking care of the mess.
Very well. I'll help you.
Jonathan, please. I can't rely on anyone else. And this concerns you as it involves vampires. Someone has taken advantage of our more liberal tendencies here.
In what way?
Jonathan, I may turn my head when you or her ladyship indulge, but I will not allow this place to become a nest for street feeders.
Please then, tell me.
Sean Hampton, the man we thought we'd saved at the docks. It seems he was infected after all.
So Hampton became more beast than man.
Exactly. And now Guard of Prewen suspects the hospital of vampire activity. Do you realize what that could mean for us?
Well, they are not far wrong. The hospital is almost crawling with vampires.
McCullum is a fanatic. The Guard will stop at nothing. You don't know what they're capable of, Jonathan.
Very well. Since I brought Mr. Hampton here, I will put an end to this.
Sean Hampton lives and breathes for the well-being of his flock. There's no other place he would go but the docks.
И она ничем не болеет. Что она в больнице делает, ёбана?
What on earth happened here?
Я у всех переутомление. А могу сделать, скрафтить херню от переутомления? Сейчас попробую. Если нет, я забил хуй. Сейчас. Средства от переутомления. Раз, два, три. Пойдем. Подлечим. Давай еще что-нибудь качнем. Да, хп, наверное. Все. Бля, ночь перемотал, сука. Сейчас все умрут, нахуй. Хоть бери скиллы, не качай. Каждый раз, как скиллы качаю, все умирают. Я иду лечить вас от переутомления. Так, где тут? Я уже забыл. Так, ты...
Good evening, Mr. Albert.
Evening.
Как мне вылечить?
Soldier, do you need assistance?
Not really.
As long as you remain here, I will make sure you don't have to worry about your health.
Don't think you can do much about it.
Can you tell me anything about...
Before the shouts and the noises...
Did you recognize the voices?
I couldn't hear. Sounded like they were arguing.
How close are you to Miss Horcroft? Are you aware that she thinks she is a vampire?
To wait for her next nibble is the best reason to stay here. Every time she approaches my bed, she treats me like something tasty. A normal person.
Aren't you afraid? She may hurt you if the game goes too far.
She's quite harmless, I can assure you. Her head's broken inside is all. While I'm busted on the outside. But she's still beautiful. Living proof that...
You do realize she's mentally disturbed. It's called the Cotard syndrome.
In her madness, she never refers to my scars.
So do you let her bite you? You know that's not sanitary.
And why not? She's only supping a few drops of my blood. And the pain, it's real for once.
She could decide to bite less.
And it's another good reason for me to stay.
Goodbye for now, Mr. Elwood.
Fear and disgust on every street corner.
I'm quite busy.
Do you need my assistance?
No.
Then you are lucky that I have taken the time to do so. Consider...
I wish this hospital could have received as much attention from you, Doctor.
Thank you for your...
Эх, вылечим от переутомления. Вот, что этого Хаврика.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Is there anything...
Really?
Unfortunately, you are not the... Please, do you know?
Not sure.
Tell me about your injury, Harvey. Why do you feel so guilty?
My wife died because of me.
You can't hold yourself responsible for your injury.
Of course I didn't hurt myself.
How could your job be responsible?
I was working a double. She went out to bring me a hot meal and got caught in a German...
Tell me more about the death of your wife.
1915. I was in the army.
What happened? I'm sorry for your loss.
I would like to say that she didn't suffer.
How are your children?
They were smaller then.
Goodbye for now.
My sweet girl. Reads me like a...
Тут диалогов этих ебучая куча. Ну давай эту бабку противно от переутомления
Good
вылечи.
evening, Doctor. How is my son doing?
Сейчас, да.
Do you require medical
Do you know?
I will see you later.
А, у меня нет. Я же все раздал.
What can... Tell me more about your arrival at the Pembroke.
The ambulance.
What do you mean?
She met.
Я что-то уже разговаривал с ней.
What can you...
Not much.
Goodbye.
Так. Пацан только что лежал, уже сидит. Ебать, как он так резко.
Good evening, Mr.
I'm okay.
Ничего нового не появилось.
What can you tell? I have to go now.
Ничего нового не появилось.
Don't waste your time with me.
Так.
Thelma Howcroft said she was being watched by vampire hunters. Where are they hiding?
Good evening. I'm
Always a pleasure to meet a colleague, sir.
A colleague?
Not anymore, sir.
I used to be Dr.
Доктор Ракеш.
Now I'm just Mr. Jadana, pawnbroker.
Теория большого взрыва, чувак.
What do you mean? You used to be a doctor. Was your license revoked?
No, sir. It is just that I like to be precise.
Что он продает?
Please show. Of course.
Всякой уебал. Эй, попиздеть хочу.
Good evening. Are you what? How?
Бля, проскипать, короче, все эти диалоги, они заебали меня.
Have we met when we funny? Do you work here? Why? Why?
Can you tell what you were, Miss Jones?
Yeah.
Будем читать только сюжетные диалоги. Эти диалоги меня пиздец как душат. Выкачивают всю мою силу.
Since you're not afraid of dying, do you believe in life after death?
No. I believe we must do all the good we can. Why?
Do you think you would enjoy it?
I don't think so. Don't mistake me.
So you
No.
You're a wise.
No, Doc.
Do you quite?
Yes.
Goodbye.
В пизду. Пойдем квесты делать. Что там надо? Я уже забыл. Найти Шона Хэмптона в доках. Убедить Сяо Шунь вернуть... Ой, блядь. Туда 203 метра, туда 302. Ну, пойдем в 203 метра. Сначала сделаем. Дополнительный квест. Да ёп, тут эти охотники на каждом шагу. А можно их просто пробежать? Что мой укус вообще ничего не наносит.
I cannot enter.
Да ну серьезно, запарили. Невозможно открыть с этой стороны. Андрюха, а ты в Elden Ring будешь сегодня играть или ты уже играешь там? Я просто не вижу. Меч хочу прокачать свой. Ну, там до хера предметов надо, не знаю, где их брать. Так, я здесь. Мне надо что делать? Как? Убить. Блядь, пока их не перебью, дверь не откроется. Да ёлка. Это что? Devil May Cry? Тише, тише. И что мне тут делать надо? Сяошунь, давай.
Are you all right?
My name is Xiaoshun. This is the...
I do apologize, Xiaoshun.
Yes, I am. This is...
Tell me how your husband died, Xiaoshun.
Matthew died of the Spanish flu, like so many others.
At this time, there is so little medical science.
The worst thing is not his death, even if it tears me apart.
Did he hide his condition from you?
Matthew was a smiling type, a happy...
The Spanish flu may be the worst disease mankind has ever faced.
You don't understand. I didn't know he was so sick.
As harsh as this sounds, we are all equally vulnerable to this awful disease. It can take the strongest man in just...
I never said goodbye to Matthew.
Are you on...
I have...
I've seen many...
Thank you for your...
Are you a doctor yourself? Is this why you feel so guilty for not saving your...
No, I am not. But I still need to blame someone for Matthew's death.
I'm a physician. One of the best in the country. But...
Why tell me this? Is it supposed...
No. But I felt I should share...
May I ask what caused...
You could say she was also killed by a terrible disease.
Thank you for sharing that with me.
You realize you can't stay here forever, don't you? Eventually...
Why? Why should I go?
But you're not dead. There is a...
You sound like you're no stranger to the pain I feel.
Let's just say, I too.
Please accept my condolence.
Have you recently...
This part of town is...
You should go home now.
I think you're right. Cemeteries are for the dead, for they need silence too. Thank you for your honesty and your wisdom, Dr. Reed.
Thank you for your company, Xiaoshun. Take care on the way home.
Maybe I'll see you again in Whitechapel. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye.
Надеюсь, ее не сожрут по пути домой. Так, а нам надо отсюда съебывать.
It's locked.
Что-то иду куда-то не туда, я хочу выйти отсюда. Я заблудился. Район Мансиб. Из собак. Мне такое ощущение, что я тут кругами бегаю. Бля, я уже был в этом склепе. Сука, как выйти из этого кладбища? Пришел, блядь, все, мой дополнительный квест сделать. Так, еще раз. Не пойму. Вот это выход? Или вот это выход? Да, сначала сюда сходим. Ура, я на свободе, ёпт.
I have this thirst for blood.
Все, кроме пневмонии, я могу вылечить. Пойдем полечим тут, ребят. Чтобы у меня в дома никто не болел. Так, ты сюда иди.
Good evening, Nat.
Good evening.
Do you need med?
I'm afraid.
Not under my roof.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Ничем не болеет. Вылечили. Так, что тут? Переутомление. Кто-то там. Иду лечить.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Do you need any...
I'm afraid.
Our job...
That's easy.
Goodbye, Mill.
Мне что-то дают вообще за их лечение? Или я просто хуйней занимаюсь?
Good evening.
Do you require...
Do you...
This...
Well, at least...
Goodbye, Mrs.
Сепсиса ни у кого нет? Могу от сепсиса вылечить.
If only there were more of us, with less resignation, more determination.
Да, ну переутомление у меня же нечем лечить.
It seems the Priwen are redoubling their patrols in the district. I must be more careful.
Fear no evil. We do the Lord's work here.
Вкусно, ням-ням. Ты какой баклажан вылез. Крошки хочешь? Да, бля, тут мирных жителей вообще не осталось. Одни эти охотники.
This is Braille. I need someone who can read this.
Так. Спасти его. Давай спасем. Бля, они жесткие так.
Are you all right, sir? What are you doing in a place like this?
I'm not sure that's any of...
I hope you realize that stayed...
Ah! I'm not afraid of these guards.
I wasn't specifically referring to them, but...
They took my boy!
I see. But as I said, your life is at risk if you...
Well, this part of...
There is a name engraved under the blood on the back of the case. Jack Gillingham. Maybe I should return this watch to his family.
Are you sure?
Young...
Прям квест сделать. Прям... как сюда попасть-то? Так. А кто меня увидел? Так, прямо направо, да? Ты кто такой? Мирный чувак?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I was just...
Don't like quite...
Any chance you can help me find...
The sad saint?
Actually, that's...
Really? Well, go ask someone else then.
What can you...
A shit.
Is...
Well...
Are you...
No.
What's your...
I take care.
You...
I lost it.
Some...
I just want...
Чего они все такие борзые, я ебу.
Goodbye, Mr. Fishburne.
For every night, a darkness, and every dawn, another death.
Mark my words. These murders are the work of a vampire.
A vampire?
Not a drop of blood left in his body. This is the work of a vampire.
A vampire hunter.
You'd best be off to your hunting then. For if the sewer dog is back, and hunting all these poor folk, he needs a catching.
A sewer dog? What's it look like?
It's an old story. A monster with daggers for teeth and icy claws. He comes of a sudden, nighttime, claiming innocence, then vanishes.
Teeth, claws, murders by night? Your sewer dog is my business. He's the kind of prey I hunt, milady. Good evening, sir. Have you witnessed any—
And what do you define as a strange event?
My name is Ichabod Throgmorton.
A vampire hunter?
I know what you're thinking. I'm just an—
Mr. Throgmorton, I'm Dr. Jonathan Reed.
a man of science. Well,
What can you—
did you hear?
It's—
But it's my—
So, how do you identify—
It's simple, really. They can't stand daylight. They're afraid—
Have you ever killed one?
Of course I have. What kind of—
Can I help in any way?
Actually, yes. I plan to put up—
Are you asking me to—
If you would—
Идите нахуй, еще я плакаты не вешал, вы че, ебанутые?
Have you heard—
Of course.
Were you—
I did.
So you hunt—
Vampires are just like every other.
I'm looking for Sean Hampton. Can you—
The sad saint? He should be at his night asylum at this hour. But I cannot tell you how to find—
Really? Why is that?
It's nothing personal, Doctor.
I could make you tell me, but I respect you.
All I will say is this. Gossip has it that when he was a child, he was molested. By a priest of all people. Funny thing is, though, it only strengthened his faith.
Maybe at least you can tell me who—
Tell you what, go and chat with Tom Watts. He's a bartender and—
Goodbye.
I should have offered it.
Good evening, Tom. You remember me then?
Of course I do. You're that man who seemed so lost when he entered my bar a few nights ago.
Thank you for your hospitality. I'm
still Tom Watts. Well,
what can—
Who? Sean.
How is— You're— How could a— Doctor—
Off.
Tom, I need to find Sean Hampton as quickly as possible. I've been told you could help me.
I heard the sad saint was recovering at Pembroke Hospital. Did he leave or something?
The important thing is I find him. Quickly.
Why not try his night asylum? He takes care of those who need a meal or a roof there.
Where is it?
It's in an old warehouse, northwest of here. Just follow the bank to the west and go north when you reach the end of the pier.
I believe he returned to his flock. Can you confirm that?
Oh, I bet you're right. Sean can't help but worry about the poor and sick. Oh, I guess it has something to do with what happened to him as a baby.
Please, tell me.
Well, I don't like to gossip, but I heard that the sad saint was abandoned as a baby in front of a Catholic orphanage in Dublin. That would explain his faith and need to help everyone.
Goodbye,
Never even been to India.
Seems like the guard of everyone is on Sean Hampton's trail too.
Хуйню сделал. Сейчас все будет. Я же полдевятого, я хочу покушать. Борща вчера сделал, надо поесть. Сейчас миссию доделаю, наверное, кушать пойду. Так, начинаем с короны, короче, ебать. Бля, откуда вы вылазите? Что за пиздец? А чё? Откуда вы вылазите? Я не могу понять, вы что, бесконечно тут спамнится? И как мне вас всех убить? Бля, я... Да иди нахуй. И ты иди нахуй. Блядь! Сколько их в этом месте? Что за пиздец? Что это за место такое? Один огнемечки бьет, так еще и эти бесконечно спамнится.
See them fancy clothes? This one's a top. That's gonna bloody monster. Hit it down.
Да бля, я не знаю, что делать. Это пиздец какой-то. Обойти вообще никак нельзя, да? О, сейчас.
I can't believe I'm doing this.
Крой.
I have this thirst for blood. This is despicable.
Так, ну кровь вроде есть. Давай. Сюда. Бля, ему прям въебало, он жгет, ему вообще похуй. Иди нахуй. Бля, эта камера, чё она переключается? Боже, какое управление ублюдское.
The wounds on this corpse are deep, the result of rabid rage. If this is Sean's doing, he's become a murderous beast.
Конечно, все круто, блядь. Вы мне дадите их облутать? Только, блин, ресурсов на них потратив.
I have this thirst for blood. It's locked, all right. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Как же управление ебет на мышке.
This poor man has just been slaughtered by a vampire. The body's still warm.
Так, правильно хоть или нет?
Good evening, miss.
Good evening, sir.
Have we met?
No.
That's quite...
Sir,
I'm looking for Sean Hampton.
what is it you want? Does he owe you money?
May I ask? What?
Cold.
As what can you
tell?
If you... you don't...
Oh.
Well... Good evening. And what...
You want...
Miss... He was a...
I see.
Is it not... Are you...
Miss... It's...
What can you... You...
No. Well,
Well-
glad.
Goodbye.
Так, короче, найти Шон ночь.
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
It's locked, right?
I cannot enter.
This Seymour worries me.
Как мне найти этого Шона, блядь?
It's locked. It's locked, all right.
You...
I'm looking for Sean
What is it you want? Does he owe you money?
Well...
You again.
Why the long face, Doctor?
Is it all that worries you, Sean? My long face? Really?
This is a blessing for me to become a Skal. Immortality gives me more time and energy, if truth be known, to run a shelter.
Since you left Pembroke, the amount...
Ask what you will. As the Lord is my shepherd, I will not
Aren't you afraid?
We are blessed, Doctor.
Do you think this is a blessing when God's own house...
If that is your burden, Doctor, so be it.
But you must drink blood.
No, not your scripture. Whoso eateth my flesh.
Why did you kill Miss Jones at the Pembroke Hospital?
Killed old Harriet? You must be mad, Doctor. Why would I do such a thing?
People have been murdered. I've seen the blood. I don't believe you can be trusted.
Have a little faith, Doctor. If you will follow, I will guide you to the light.
How do you plan to do that?
Take this key of the old sewers. The entrance is by the riverbank, south from here. There you'll find all the proof you need.
Very well. You have definitely intrigued me. I hope you're right, Sean.
I'll be here when you return. If you still think I'm a threat then, well, I'll surrender myself to your judgment.
Это долгий квест, я хочу его закончить уже и пойти покушать.
I'd head back. It's not human. Kill it. Over there. There's one of them vermin. Over there.
Да блядь, да сколько у вас тут?
I shall fear no evil. Keep shot, lads.
Сука. Бля, он 19 левел, вы что, серьезно? А чё не 100-й? Вот канализацию я нашел, но там, чтобы войти, надо же зачистить. Их ёбарей.
Best run along home, sir. Not to take place right now, sir. Best stay back, sir. Over there! There's one of them vermin! We will crush this beast! Lord, give us strength!
Иди нахуй. Бля, какой-то лучник, блядь, меня убивает, я хуй знает. Андрюха, ты тут? Подрубай Elden Ring. Сейчас закончу, буду смотреть тебя. Надеюсь, я его закончу. Бля, я есть хочу, пиздец как.
Best stay back, sir.
Эй, блядь, в кого ты бьешь? Да иди ты нахуй. Блядь, пиздец какой-то. Ну это какой-то лютый перекач у мобов. Что это за бред происходит?
Ain't safe here for a gentleman.
Ну тычку дай! Хуя у меня.
That doesn't work. There must be a way to control the water level in this reservoir. I need to find the wheel.
Если найти вентиль. Вот же вентиль был. Где там? Я только что пытался крутить. Вот он. Но он не крутится.
So that's it. These wheels control the water level.
И чё? Не пойму, что надо сделать. Не люблю такие ситуации. Что мне надо сделать? Перекрыл канализацию. Зачем я это сделал? Этот вентиль не юзается. Нахуй я теперь? А.
This is despicable. I can't believe I'm doing this.
Ну, еще чуть-чуть.
This is despicable.
These maggots have escaped the wrath of Ascalon for too long. It is time to purge the sewers of their filth.
You again! The one they call the sewer dog.
Hold your tongue, newborn, or I'll crush you like a maggot.
You've let the beast consume you.
Finally, a touch of lucidity.
Да ну нахуй, я не хочу с ним драться.
Learn to respect the laws of Ascalon.
Ебать, он меня врезал. А нахуй я вообще на него, на этого? Нормальный чел вроде был. Ебать, он меня пиздит, конечно, знатно. Ах ты. Да я не собирался вообще тебе вызов кидать. Это бред какой-то. Ух, ебать. Да иди нахуй. Пизду. Я хуй знает, как с ним драться, если честно. Он слишком имбовый какой-то. Я шел не на битву с боссом, я шел просто канализацию разведать. Ну и бред, конечно. Блин, загрузки в этой игре очень долгие, пиздец. Я успеваю состариться, пока эта загрузка проходит.
To respect the laws of Ascalon.
Бля, ну все равно я пропускаю удар. Да ёбаный ты шашлык. Раз, два, три. Дай, он лапами, блядь, дальше, чем я мечом достоит.
While singing your name. Purple dance in the hand that crushes all. Foolish Ekon. Dare challenge the dictates of Ascalon? I shall tear thee apart and spill my blood to the pit. You found your death in me.
Да нет, он схватил меня, только не ваншот, только не ваншот, только не ваншот, только не ваншот. Ой, фу, живем.
I shall crush you. Down. And thine shall be a fair skull to adorn my mantle.
Блядь, сколько можно?
Your blood is now mine. Return to your apothecary and needles. Down, stay down.
И богу. Чувак, я не хочу с тобой драться. Да ёбаный в рот. Да, пропускал. Да что такой потный бот, блядь? Что я ему сделал? Да иди ты нахуй, блядь. Нет, нет, ты, блядь, так долго дрался. И все, заново. Это ёбаный в рот. Да ну нахер. Блин, он такой жесткий, блин.
Respect the laws of Ascalon!
Раз, два, три. Удар, удар. Прятались. Да как он достает, ёбаный купаны. Ай-яй, ай-яй, тихо, тихо, жадничаю. Да ёпт. Аскалон ебучий, блин, я самый первый раз, когда его встретил, не хотел с ним драться. Надеялся, что мы с ним подружимся. Самый прикол, что персонаж, он абсолютно ничего не сделал, этот Аскалон. Что он сделал плохого, я так и не понял. Ничего он не делал. Наш персонаж доебался до него что-то. А расшибывать мне теперь за это все.
To respect the laws of Ascalon!
Да ёпта, выносился не хватает.
Shall be a fair skull to adorn my mantle.
Да блять, стамина кончилась. Бля, ну как ты заебал.
Finish Ekon! Your blood is now mine. Dare challenge the dictates of Ascalon? Return to your apothecary and needles. Slow as a snail!
No! No, блин!
I shall crush you. You found your death in me.
Ну, блин! Фу, блядь. Да ну нахуй. И чё, мне за него ничего не дадут или чё? Это прикол такой? Аж голова заболела от этого боя.
At least one skull escaped Fergal's wrath. The poor creature is bleeding to death. He cannot be far. How could he have made it this far? There's blood everywhere.
Safe we are, still. Drink now.
Bless you, Bridget.
This isn't the blood of a vampire, but it will quench your thirst. This is our domain, not yours. You've been warned.
Wait, I saved you from this creature. That must count for something.
Thank you. Now go. Go back to the streets and houses. There is no love lost between us, vampire. But thank you.
Sean Hampton sent me here. I believe he wanted me to find you. Who are you?
If you must know, they call me Old Bridget. And this shelter is where we live.
I'm Jonathan Reed. I'm a newborn Ekon. I'm afraid I'm not sure what's going on.
I shall not bend a knee, young Ekon. But I sense your pain. Ask, and I will afford you my attention.
Why was that creature after...
Fergal is the blunt instrument of the Ascalon Club. His masters would see us...
What the hell was that thing? He wasn't an Ekon or a Scout.
They are known as Volkod, an ancient offshoot of immortals. Blood drives them, enrages them.
What of this Ascalon Club?
Vampire society's elite in the Empire. They make the rules and enforce their judgment upon us whom they see as...
So is it you that Sean Hampton sent me to find?
Perhaps. The sad saint was always kind to us. He must trust you if he revealed our location.
The guard of Prewan is hunting him. He is suspected of murder.
The Scars have always been hunted by humans and vampires alike. I teach them how to survive against the odds.
Sean killed a patient of mine. And that's just one of the murders he's being hunted for.
If you refer to Harriet, she is now among us and under our protection.
Harriet Jones is alive. That's it. That's the proof Sean wanted me to find. I must talk to her.
No. Harriet is not alive. But you can speak to her. I must warn you. She is fragile and may not receive you warmly.
I don't understand.
She is filled with bile and hate. Her mind is sharp as a tack, but her body is so weak. I've never seen its like before. She is resting in a room on the far right of this hideout.
Thank you. I will bear that in mind. Hello, Harriet. Do you recognize me?
Yes, you were from the Pembroke Hospital. The young doctor. So full of secrets.
I've so many questions I need to ask you, Harriet. If you would.
I love questions. As for the answers, you may not like them.
How do you feel?
I can't see. I can't.
Have you tried to eat or...
People here tried to feed me, but...
Does the...
It is not pain I feel. It's like I can't stop feeling
Your room, the blood. What brought you to fake your death in such a gruesome fashion?
to see if I would be mourned.
Why flee with Shaw?
Oh, it's always a pleasure to see a saint fall to sin. But the cat...
Do you take...
Nobody gave a damn.
I have a question of the utmost importance to ask. Will you answer?
Questions, questions, questions. The good doctor, always searching for answers.
Do you remember what you did after leaving the hospital? Did you kill anyone?
First, a question from me. You answer first.
Very well then. What do you want to know?
Are you like me? Are you also dead?
We are not dead, Harriet. Death no longer pertains to us. We are different.
I like what I am. I truly do. I relish the pain that courses through me.
I know you fled the hospital with Sean Hampton. Did you or Sean kill anyone in your flight? Anyone? Try and remember.
I will not lie. I wanted blood, and I wanted revenge, and Sean pulled me from it, brought me here instead. But the shadows heard my prayers. The shadows killed that bastard.
Who was that man? The one murdered in the street?
He used to be my landlord. I lived...
Shadows? Tell me what you saw.
The shadows, they heard me and answered. Something in the deep darkness, quick, deadly. It asked me if I wanted revenge. I answered, yes.
And these shadows, this presence, do you still hear it? Was it a vampire? Did Sean see it?
It spoke only to me, and now it is silent, but it is born of hatred. And it will kill again. And it hates you, Doctor. Oh, it hates you.
What makes you say that?
It whispered your name, Dr. Reed. It wanted to know who you were and where you went.
Questions about me? What did you say?
Nothing, Doctor. I said nothing. There was nothing it didn't already know. Oh, I'm tired now. Let me rest.
Have you found the answers you were looking for, young Ekon?
There is too much left unanswered. So many questions.
Get to know us, spend time with us, and I may be willing to answer more questions.
What manner of creature is Harriet? She is different from everyone else.
I really don't know. I'm not even certain she's a skull. I've no idea as to what blood made her.
What is a skull, in fact, in your honest opinion?
The progeny of a vampire, disavowed by her maker. Perhaps a fruitless branch of a noble tree. A word used to enslave us. I cannot say.
You mentioned that vampire blood has tremendous potency. You believe it to be stronger than your own?
The vampire's sweet blood. That rich, dark wine that we crave. For it made us, and it can sustain us.
I thank you for your time, madam. I must go back to Hampton now.
Your kindness has been ample payment, Ekon. To protect us, I'll close the access to our hideout, but you can use our shortcut to reach Mr. Hampton's shelter. Just follow the arrows.
Your diction, your words. You didn't...
True.
You were once someone else.
It is as sad as it is long, young Ekon.
Thank you, old Bridget.
Какой нескончаемый квест, я ебу, блин. Уже 2 часа пытаюсь его закончить.
Welcome back, Dr. Reed. Would you like to take communion with me now?
Sean, are you eating raw flesh?
It is the sacred flesh of the mortal lamb. Our Lord's bountiful transmutation for the sustenance of his believers. Thank you, Lord. I am your most humble servant.
So, true to your word, you waited for my return.
I told you, Dr. Reed, I was a man to be trusted. Did you have words with the poor Harriet?
This shelter is the tip of the iceberg. You hide your game well, I'll give you that.
We are God's children, Dr. Reed. One and all. And he's determined to save us.
Harriet, Miss Jones, has been behaving in a most violent manner. She's going to need special attention.
That's precisely the reason I brought her here. To meet old Bridget. She's the guide Harriet requires.
Who is this old Bridget?
I don't know, Doctor. She rarely speaks of her past, but I know she has a long one. She's likely the oldest soul in the city.
Harriet is possessed by her hatred. You cannot let her roam free. She's dangerous.
She has joined her own kind, Doctor. Old Bridget is a saint to the younger Scals, guiding them to salvation and peaceful existence.
I believe I've learned all I need to know. I'm certain you've killed no one, but one day I believe you'll cross the line.
Logic is a false prophet. Faith is the only path to salvation.
What do you mean?
We have been blessed with God's eternity. We are the instruments of his divine will. We shall feed the hungry forever and ever. Amen.
Let's simply agree that all are one and the same. In death, I mean.
Give yourself over to God, Doctor. Expel your urges and kneel before the Lord in praise.
These urges. You know the hunger will never be satisfied.
I've come to embrace the everlasting craving. I have sworn to feed only upon the flesh of the dead. It is now my sacrament. Take, eat. This is my body. So saith the Lord.
My discoveries. Vampire blood would enhance your metabolism, perhaps even heal you. If what old Bridget says is true, I'll give you some of mine.
I'd rather not. It would be extremely awkward.
You have no choice, Sean. It's the only way to protect your cheptel, those still amongst the living.
No, Dr. Reed. God made me this way. Who am I to disobey his will?
You believe that God's plan was for you to be abandoned at birth?
The Lord works in mysterious ways.
I can't imagine God intended for you to be molested by a priest in an orphanage. Drink, friend.
No.
I said kneel and drink. Now.
Ему всегда район пострадает при результате действия. Я что, всегда неправильно выбираю или что?
Another corpse thrown in the streets. Someone's playing a very sick game. I know this brooch. This is my mother's. A birthday gift from father. "29 Pretty Orchard Street. That's near Poplar's district. Why would this man carry off my mother's brooch? I must go there.
Good evening, Mr. Thorpe.
Dr. Reed, can I be of any...
Did you see what happened to him?
Actually, yes. He was...
Who could have done that?
Who? Well, a vampire, of course. Look, bite marks on the neck and lacerations here.
Why is it that you sound...
You didn't see it. He was dead before he hit the ground.
Goodbye.
You...
Did you see what...
No, I didn't.
Really?
Because this sexist pig is one of the four...
You speak of strikes.
You bet.
You...
Though...
Is that what really happened?
I drank...
Well, I'll leave you for now. Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Glad to...
Did you see what happened?
No. I was coming...
You saw nothing at...
No.
A woman screamed.
Of course. It was terrifying.
Goodbye, Miss Paxton.
Даже не знаю, что качать. Все так дорого стоит. Ладно, все. Как тут сохранится? Никак. Она сама сохраняется. Все. Я устал, надо пойти покушать.